Wendelien, should we start? Is it hearable, audible? Where's Lucy? Hi. Okay, all right, splendid. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody who was here yesterday at the opening and who are also new. Welcome to all those who know us and who don't know us. We're here at the opening program of Cinema Olanda platform as conceived by Wendelien van Oldenborgh and Lucy Cotter as an extension to the Dutch Pavilion at the 57th Venice Biennial. And as you heard us yesterday, some of you, we start the program with burden, but also institutional responsibility, and which we see also as an opportunity for the larger things apart from our immediate existence. Wendelien is no stranger to Witte de Wit. She showed her work before. She's also not stranger to our building. She showed also her work at Tent downstairs. When Wendelien and Lucy approached us for a day or a 2-day long symposium, we immediately counter-offered it in a spirit of, again, an opportunity with something bigger. I was in that room with Natasha Hoor, who's also our conspirator from our curatorial team on the project, so we could have a longer, packed, intense discussions, as well as an exhibition of her works, which have been seen before, but in our opinion, they are timeless, so they are worth going back to and picking from over and over. As soon as our first preparations for the platform took place, as soon as our first meeting, where I wasn't present, but our curator was, we've been made aware of our blind spot in our institutional self-unawareness, about our name as well. As such, we embarked on a number of movements and efforts internally, one of which also focused on laying bare a history of Witte de Wit as a figure, how its naming came about vis-à-vis our institution, but also the public streets here, Amsterdam, nationwide, and how actually heroes have been reinvented 200 years ago, and looking at that sanitization that happened over time. And for that, our entire team is very much involved and tuned in how that's coming about. As a result, we made an acknowledgement online that shows where we are right now, but it's not enough, and it's only a first step of our efforts to address the issues of representation within public institutions, streets, and Dutch society at large. So, grateful to Wendelien and Lucy for bringing the project to Witte de Wit and to their ambitious mission, which I said yesterday again, I believe it is possible. Personally, we're also grateful to all the participants and speakers today who put their time, labor, commitment, rigor, intelligence, abilities, capacities to question, but also act at the same time to our table, to our building, to our space. So that's it. I'm not going to say more. Please, Wendelien is taking the lead, and Lucy is doing the introduction to the whole Cinema Olanda platform, and the program is theirs, so we're here to listen.
Okay, welcome everybody. I also gave a bit of a speech last night, and later this afternoon I'm going to give a little talk myself, and then we're going to have a panel discussion, so my talk time now is very limited to a welcome and a very short just explanation. Cinema Olanda platform is part of the parallel program of Cinema Olanda, which is the Dutch entry at the Venice Biennale this year, curated by me with a solo show of Wendelien van Oldenborgh's work. And it takes the Dutch pavilion designed by Gerrit Rietveld as a kind of self-image of the Netherlands and the image that the Netherlands would like to project internationally, and questions the relationship between that image at the time of its making in the 50s and also in the present. So it has a lot to do with social imaginaries, national imaginaries in relationship to lived reality and also lived histories, and the many competing and parallel versions of those histories, and the many accounts and different imaginaries that exist in the Netherlands today in terms of what the Netherlands is, who the Netherlands is, even if we seem to mostly hear one story. And one of the reasons that I find Wendelien van Oldenborgh's work so important is that it opens up those many stories and shares them and doesn't try to close it down to a line afterwards. And in her film shoots, she invites many individuals and groups to address issues that are cross-cutting from the present, from the past, from different perspectives, also keeping the aesthetic gesture, architecture, popular culture, art central in the conversation. And yes, often conversations take place and meetings between people and individuals take place that would not otherwise happen. And with the platform and with the parallel program, we bring back some of the underlying questions raised by the exhibition in Venice to the Netherlands. It's unusual to have such an extensive programming associated with the Venice Biennale in your own country. But we did this because of the questions that we raised, and we realized we didn't want to do an extensive public program in Venice when this was the place where we wanted to be having the conversations. And as Daphne mentioned, when we approached Witte de Wit and asked Witte de Wit to be one of the institutions to host the platform, then Witte de Wit came back with what Daphne called an indecent proposal, which was that we would also upscale and really take the space to make something happen. And the platform was designed to create space for many of the people who have informed Cinema Olanda and also previous works by Wendelien van Oldenborgh. And it was designed to give more autonomy, more room to speak and show existing work, ongoing hard work on many of the difficult questions that underlie Cinema Olanda. And in this platform, you'll also see 4 of Wendelien's older works. And they extend some of the questions along the lines of who is the Netherlands, where are we going, that are also evident in the current work in the pavilion. And you can see in the work of everyone you see in this show, these are not new questions in the Netherlands. They have been asked for a long, long time. And why do we keep forgetting that we're asking those questions? So by bringing works together from over a 15-year period and bringing people together like Juanita and Andre, who you see later, who've been very active with these questions in the 70s and so on. We also see the body of work that's taking place in Holland over decades, rather than always talking about this like we've just started. And I'm so glad also that so many people in the Netherlands will have a chance to see Wendelien's work who don't know it and who will not make it to the Venice Biennale. So this is also, I think, a wonderful experience. I want to thank our programmers of the platform. First things first, Aska, Quincy Gario, Charlene Freud, and New Urban Collective, who have worked so tirelessly and created an incredible program. And for the next 6 weeks, these spaces are going to be really alive with amazing things happening. So please keep coming back. There have been difficult questions raised. We wanted to raise difficult questions. Some of them have been raised in unexpected ways and ways that are confrontational also for the institution itself, including the recent public letter. And I think Wendelien and I will both take a chance to also discuss that today during the course of the day. I'm going to hand the floor over to Wendelien, and thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you, Lucy, for introduction. Thank you, Daphne, for welcoming us here. So, my start will be like this. We are all aware of this huge elephant that we are all in awareness of. I think that most of you might have been might have been informed by this public letter that Lucy spoke about, the open letter that has been published in Metropolis M and on other places in the internet. And I thought that the best thing to do is now to read it out, so that we all know what we're talking about if it is referred to later. So even if you've already read it, I think it's worth listening one more time to what the letter says. So I'd like to do that first. Yeah, that's it. So open letter to de Witte de Wit. What does it mean for a white institution to do critical work under the moniker Witte de Wit? The name of a high-ranking colonial naval officer who worked for both the Dutch West India Company and the Dutch East India Company, VOC and WIC. What does it mean to engage in critical reflection on timely issues, which comes from the Witte de Wit website, under that name, a name that conjures up a history of terror? What does it mean to validate, market, and circulate such a name? We, a group of cultural professionals, that, by the way, that's not me, right? They're letter writers. I'm just reading it out for others. We, a group of cultural professionals, artists and activists, draw attention to this disjunction between the stated criticality of Witte de Wit, a center for contemporary art in Rotterdam, and its failure to acknowledge its entanglements with colonial violence. Witte de Wit has failed to come to terms with its own internal contradictions and has yet to reckon with the historical figure it symbolically embodies. Even though our critique is directed at Witte de Wit, it extends well beyond its institutional's white walls. The issues we address are endemic within major critical cultural institutions in the Netherlands. From the 17th of June until the 20th of August 2017, Witte de Wit will host Cinema Olanda platform, a project conceived by Dutch artist Wendelien van Oldenborgh, who is reading out the letter now, with assistance of curator Lucy Cotter, director of Witte de Wit Daphne Ayas, curator Natasha Hoor, and Amsterdam School for Cultural Analysis. The platform is an extension of the exhibition in the Dutch Pavilion at the 57th Venice Biennial. Cinema Olanda platform promises to engage questions surrounding the Netherlands' international image vis-à-vis current transformations in the Dutch culture and political landscape. Cultural and political landscape, excuse me. Although the project is avowedly committed to shed light on underexposed aspects of the Netherlands' recent post-colonial history, it is striking that no one involved in its conception had considered the legacy that the name Witte de Wit bears. When questioned about this naming, during a meeting convened to discuss Cinema Olanda platform, director of Witte de Wit, Daphne Ayas, disclosed that the issue of the center's name had not previously come up in its 25-plus year existence. The senior staff, as a matter of course, readily admitted that the institution's naming is unfortunate, expressed their dismay and a willingness to change the name. Yet, what should we make of this admission, willingness, and outward display of dismay in the context of a 25-plus year of non-action and recent reaction? Why has not the center troubled its name? Let's not be unclear about it. The fact that Witte de Wit has remained silent on the historical actions of its namesake has been a purposeful choice. What is more, by brandishing the name Witte de Wit, the center has been sanitizing and tacitly promoting the violent dispossessions that marked Dutch colonialism. When pushed to clarify why there hasn't been a follow-up to the concerns raised in the meeting, Witte de Wit responded defensively and hammered on mutual respect and whether it was performative to ask these kind of questions. Rather than doing the work, Witte de Wit put the load on the invited black and non-black people of color. It posed the question, what would be some of your findings around this character that makes him more controversial than many of the WIC VOC? This question is not only irrelevant, it is deeply unethical. Whether Witte de Wit is a minor character in Dutch colonial history or not should not matter. And what does more controversial even mean in a context of enslavement, genocide and dispossession? It is this line of questioning and the various consecutive responses of Witte de Wit that expose its failure to critically understand its own historicized whiteness. We want to make clear that this is not and should not be only or simply about Witte de Wit adopting a new name. This contemporary art center is located on Witte de Wit Street in the Witte de Wit Quarter. The city of Rotterdam proudly describes Witte de Wit Quarter on its website as a leisure cluster, the vibrant heart of Rotterdam art scene that is known for its dynamic nightlife. With Witte de Wit Street has been dubbed Rotterdam's Axis of Art. The street houses several other esteemed art and cultural institutions such as Tent and Showroom Mama. Art, leisure, consumption, colonization are right at the heart of the Rotterdam art scene. To trouble the name Witte de Wit is to trouble not only the white subject position, but the entire cultural and economic structure that supports and enables the white subject. The resolute rejection of the name should be the first of many steps towards abolishing the political and economic system that assigns value to Witte de Wit. Contemporary art institutions are no less entangled with the extractive colonial economy than any other institution built on the foundations of white supremacy. The bodies and artistic productions of black and non-black people of color are the rigor on institutional menus, the sought-after flavor in these times of lip service intersectionality. White art institutions, whether they carry the name of a colonizer or not, are excited to engage with the feminist, queer, black, intersectional and decolonial perspectives, as long as these critical interventions are framed and discourses are stripped of their radical potential and praxis. What does it then mean when a white institution welcomes and assimilates people of color into these structures? Kyla Wazana Tompkins tells us that in Eating the Other, the white self affirms liberal interiority through the metaphor of assimilation and digestion. Blackness is the precondition on which whiteness is made material, both as a body and as political actor. The consumption and incorporation of blackness then only serves to satiate the belly of critical white liberals. White institutions fortify themselves through the consumption of blackness. Black people pass through them, seemingly without transforming them. They extract what they need from us to sustain their criticality. Appropriation without credit. Tokenism and visibility without agency. Instrumentalization. Critique, pedagogy, advice, and emotional labor as a rule without pay. We enter and end up in their database. While institutions simply rehearse the all too familiar consumption of the emotional and intellectual label of presence of black and non-black people of color, now in the name of diversity, Therefore, we will not repeat the by now rote exhortations of implement diversity in recruitment and hiring practices. Along the way, we have been reminded and assured time and again that Witte de Wit is dedicated to its equal opportunities policy with regard to employment. However, do we want to be part of a supposed critical institutional framework that is from its beginning founded on the accumulation and violation of blackness? White institutions that seek to offer an intellectually rigorous platform for bold experimentation, again from the Witte de Wit website, to black people without working towards dismantling the foundations of anti-blackness can only incorporate black people as accumulated and fungible objects. This very inclusion through accumulation and fungibility is at the core of anti-blackness. We sincerely doubt whether white institutions in their current organizational configurations are even appropriately equipped, if not capable, to unfold the structure and systemic changes we deem fundamental. Whether they actively seek to be authorized by a black revolutionary agenda will be the proof of their meaningfulness and relevancy to the liberation of black and other oppressed people. It is far from enough to welcome institutional critique. Apologies and perfunctory commitments to diversity can only go so far. Both are meaningless when not backed up with decisive radical action. So, what will Witte de Wit do to institutionalize the process of decolonization after Cinema Olanda platform is over, and the bodies of color have left the building through the proverbial revolving door? How will it take responsibility for its non-actions? Witte de Wit should not wrestle with these questions behind closed doors. It should be transparent and accountable towards audiences and participants for how it will be working towards undoing its institutional structures. It should go without saying that this project of undoing should not be spearheaded by the same people responsible for the sanitization of colonial violence. It is not for Witte de Wit to establish when or under which terms its praxis and existence are questioned. This is not the first time an overwhelmingly white cultural institution mitigates critique by black and non-black people of color, while simultaneously co-opting said critique in an effort to immunize itself against it. Nor will it be the last. We therefore take this statement as the beginning of a conversation amongst black and non-black people of color about how to navigate the neo-colonial cultural landscape in a moment when cultural institutions are becoming increasingly adept at using the critical language and concepts developed by black and non-black people of color to fortify and maintain their own position of power. To Witte de Wit we ask, how will this institution start to undo itself? Signed by Egbert Alejandro Martina, Ramona Snow, Hoden Warsame, Patricia Schor, Amal Al-Haag and Maria Guggenbichler. Then it is co-signed in solidarity with a list that is growing. So I just want to, one thing I want to quickly do is to make sure that this is understood. I'm reading out a letter by others, because it feels very funny to say we when I am a white Dutch artist reading out the letter definitely composed by black people and people of color. So that as a first remark. But secondly, I want to do the following. It is in solidarity that I read out this letter. It is in solidarity with most of the fundamental things opened up here in this letter. And I want to say this, that this letter very concretely states my implicancy in the problems of the institution, because you heard my name being mentioned in the letter as one of the people that's being problematized, or at least one of the positions that's being problematized. But I want to state that the general institution of knowledge, and here specifically also, that my implicancy, so the fact that I'm implicated in this general institution of knowledge, and here specifically also in the institution of contemporary art, I am implicated. My implicancy in the institution of, let's say, dominant knowledge shows through by me, us, not able to recognize directly what the name Witte de Wit was carrying. And even when we did recognize that, we did not exactly know directly how to act upon that insight. And my implicancy with the institution of art shows through by me accepting the invitation by Witte de Wit to extend the work we were preparing for the, let's say, weirdly international and national platform in the large and massive, actually, art show, the Biennial of Venice, in an attempt to use the Institute of Contemporary Art to extend an invitation to groups and people who are already working on things and that do have a place in the world and for themselves, but could, we thought they could do that work here too, with another possibility to relate to audiences, something that Lucy also just introduced. So again, in solidarity to this letter, I would like to agree on that implicancy. So in the implicancy that is in the letter, I agree upon it. I am implicated. And I also want to point out that, in fact, the position of implicancy I work from. So as an artist, I work from this position of implicancy. I work from it and I work through it. That's my statement of intent when I make my work. So having said that, and I think all these things could be, you know, we can sort of maybe think about that in relation to the works that are on show here, but also, I mean, in the spaces of Witte de Wit, but also in this opening session, I would like to speak about something that has been coming back in my work, but it was already there many years ago, when I made the basis for a song, for instance, which is the work just outside here, which was made in 2005. Namely the idea of squatting. Squatting and occupying space. Occupying space legally, but slightly illegally. That issue in that work gets actually attention through the Dutch attitude of toleration. I, in that work, actually tried to work out why, in what cases was squatting tolerated and where were the edges of that. and it means actually, what does it mean to claim space? And how to take that space that is there to have? I want to quickly play a small fragment of that work that, I need your password. My password, oh. I won't say that on the streaming of internet. Okay, sorry. So if we can just, it's a minute of the work that is actually there, but it's just to show one of the lines that's being spoken there.
En we zitten al het ingetekend ruimtegebrek. Nu zagen we dit. En nou, wij stellen u op de hoogte van het feit dat wij het in gebruik hebben genomen.
Of space, yeah, that people do not want you to have.
Oh,
It's yours to have.
oh, damn! That's what we do all the time.
Play by the rules.
Okay,
Like,
all right then.
It's like
That's how my man break it
So
down.
hold up, Mr. Fader.
What up?
Alright.
Yeah.
What up?
I want on my camera for Mr. Faders. Can I have a man? DJ Fader. Yeah. Okay. Please give me the meaning of squatting again. Squatting again.
Squatting is like taking possession of space that people do not want you to have in the first place, but you can take it if you know the rules of the game.
Okay, so if you know the rules of the game. This work was made in close collaboration with Romeo K. Gambier and Milford Kendall, two hip-hop artists who wrote the songs. Well, you can see the whole work right next door. But what I found striking hearing these lines again is this idea of like taking possession of space that is not yours to have, but you can have it anyway if you know the rules of the game. And there also the guy in the background sounds, oh damn, that's what we do all the time. So take that space, we do, and I say we, but I think you do all the time. So on that note, I want to bring to this stage here today two other voices from that time of squatting that I talk about with, actually the two guys are from another generation. I'm from that generation, but hello. The two people who were extremely active in those same years, the 70s, early 80s, and 80s through actually, I can't say that they weren't active until the 90s. And they were very much involved in actions around squatting, occupying as a strategy, which was at the time a much more efficient strategy than it is now. Or it was like a strategy, it was actually a political gesture that worked. Before I introduce the other two speakers, I would like to show another fragment, which is not from my work, but is from a film by Cineclub Vrijheidfilms, made by Ad van Praag, from 1979, called Umafu Sranang. There it is. It's an 8-minute clip from a much longer film that is Umafu Sranang, meaning Vrouw van Suriname. So let's look at that. It has only Dutch subtitles, I'm afraid.
Berapa mang nomor lain bel Pariso Kampung Lawson.
Ja. Voornamelijk zo, ik had erg te kampen met werkprobleem, want er was geen werk destijds. En ja, was Nederland de enige oplossing, hè? Om te gaan. Je kan niet blijven, je moeder van 3 kinderen en je hebt geen werk. En ik had zusters daar zitten in Nederland en die schreven van, kom maar, hier gaat het je beter gaan. En zo ben ik dan naar Nederland gegaan. Pendrecht. Eenheid voor Surinamers, Nederlanders en andere buitenlanders. De man wil voeren. Kom je samen de moro. Mino mag je ook met dat.
Eenheid is onze kracht.
Eenheid is onze kracht, ja. Boodschap eigen kracht. En uit boodschap eigen kracht, alles dat om ik was zien. Zijn overkraakt de flats. Voor de flats ben legi. Bijna 2 jaar. En daar hebben we een gemeente bezoeken also. De maakt dat also naar de. En aan een nieuwe kraak, ik ben aboe maar toe. Die golf gekraakt heeft also. Maar altijd problemen met de gemeente. Ik ben absoluut die betaan op camera met de intention. Als aan de ferie. Dus nou, alles maar kunnen we nou net akeren. De onze taam soso opo. Pref de onze taam soso opo. En pref hoe zijn de 50 dood pension. Dan ik hoe gaan het also.
Dan kan ik afverteren wat je zo vanaf morgen belangrijk als je zo'n bijvoorbeeld naar het stadhuis.
Het heeft stadhuis, dat ben gevaarlijk toen zie. Maar dat is nog dat de burgemeester gastvrij. Maar dat is de beetje gastvrij morgen, want dat begint dat goed wacht op pref ding naar cognac. Dat goed wacht op dat bloed op meneer. Dat is ook een boel dat we wachten. Hoe bewerkt dat de boel? Ja, maar bewerkt dat de boel. Omdat we de boel en de boel dan, we doen uno. Dat is toch wat we hebben morgen. Jere de taxcode, de politie is mijn beste kameraad. Maar zo die Samsha, de ben de beste kameraad, want de ben baar Kees bij hem. De ben Senta begon op sma Kees bij hem. Dus alle de politie is mijn beste kameraad. Maar zo is de ben de beste kameraad, maar het was vijand. Nou, one.
A regering te dusun na dusun kondremang. Support den in opvangcentra. Nina herkondreja. Da baka dati den tekusma panya den in den baka bini to Holland faraway Sumakandra. A integratiepolitiek disi na wan Beijing su vroko na den racistisch prakteri su aptata fasis edemang glimmerveen.
Met de grondgedachte van onze partij. Namelijk dat de Surinamers en gastarbeiders zo spoedig mogelijk ons land moeten verlaten.
Het ministerie van CRM zijn meka spreidingsbeleid et panya unusranamang in heriptata spesrutu bika umbuba no weti.
Dus een spreidingtoren midden de eens naar een spreidingtoren. Dus maar je bent gewoon geïsoleerd. Ik ben al in Farafara beprezen. Look hoe je bijvoorbeeld in Amsterdam. Je gaat al de kuipboyo. Dus nama even ala servang aan de man bij. Maar ik ben al in Farafara. Ja, we spelen om een euro pico selma senang nyambai. Pada level tidak opvangcentrum, de man is kunyanji, saya musnya dari jiwa vaksin. Itu dapat tak kontrol cimeng itu. Ini nama terima tani. Kalau lu punya rawat yang balik ke teknisan SD, dus not deh. Nah ini aku kopi mau jikin terima.
Next model.
Lu konyak, mau whisky.
Malah dasar detok. Hah? This cognac there.
Gratis lo deto. Dus nou wat kopi yo abis tek. Tek no.
Abang kau drink one sani to here gue.
Mos moko.
Kau nak tanya ki ete last to drink it down.
Ini sih na roko mambele sih. Prima dan niwaren. Tapi itu sih en die opzoek allemaal. En bedankt voor het samenwerking met
vooral een groep die zich hartelijk dankt voor de samenwerking met leer palijk voor en met de zet strijd door nationaal. Adjosi betekent vaarwel. En je zegt vaarwel tegen je vrienden. Je weet niet hoe lang je elkaar weer terug zal ontmoeten, hoe lang het zal duren. En je vertelt ook erbij hoe droevig je bent, dat je ze moet verlaten. Maar je hoopt ze heel gauw terug te zien en je vraagt aan hen om je niet bedroefder te maken. Dus ze moeten gewoon zijn, ze moeten als broers en zusters met elkaar leven, als broer en zuster. Ze moeten echt goed zijn voor elkaar. Ze moeten, ja, ik weet het echt niet meer hoor, ik ben echt bedroefd, ik kan het bijna niet meer zeggen, want ja, maar in plaats wil ik van zeggen. En tot wederziens.
All right. Something I forgot to do before I started the film is I wanted to ask how many people in the room do not speak Dutch. Are there? Okay, that's a good number. We would like to ask. I would like to ask the other people who do speak Dutch if anybody would like to sit next to somebody who doesn't speak Dutch and keep translating. Would that be possible to, I mean, we can change places if the people are not sitting next to each other. You would like to translate for someone who is in need here? But you would translate already. So maybe you translate for Daphne otherwise, or? Ah, you were there. Anybody else with a translator next to them already fixed? Or Rosa, you've got one? Oh, thank you so much. So thanks everybody for collaborating, and I think it's also a way to get to know each other, who knows. Sorry. So from this moment on I will now switch to another language, which is Dutch. So, hello. I feel like another person, I think. Ik wil graag Juanita Lalji en André Reder naar de forum uitnodigen. Mag ik op het beeld het krantenknipsel even om Juanita te introduceren? Dus als je het krantenknipsel vooraan kan krijgen. Wat ook interessant is om te weten, dat zowel Juanita als André waren heel actief in de Lozon met dat krantje Wrokkeman, waar je net in de film ook over zag. En Juanita werd genoemd, de eerste zin van het artikel is: zij leidde de afgelopen dagen als een soort Nederlandse Angela Davis de acties van de Surinamers in de Bijlmermeer. Woe! We hebben Juanita in de house. Ook in de film was ze te zien bij het afscheid van de Sonja. Juanita is niet alleen actief geweest in de Lozon met politiek en cultureel werk. Ze was dat ook als andragoge, zoals ze opgeleid is. Wat betekende dat ze door bepaalde trainingen eigenlijk de gereedschappen verzamelde om met mensen te kunnen werken voor een verandering van gedachten en mentaliteit of hoe ergens mee om te gaan. André Reder, daar hebben we ook een foto van. Kunnen we die eventjes naar voren halen? Het is maar om te tonen ook hoe deze tijden ook heel actief waren. André was betrokken bij, en Juanita ook, bij de bezetting van Huizen Lydia in begin jaren 80, die uiteindelijk bruut door de ME ontruimd werden. En hier zien we André in de begeleiding van een member of the ME uit dit huis naar buiten komen in de tijden van actie. André is voormalig activist van de Lozon en ook later de SABO. En deze geschiedenissen van de Lozon en de Sabo, die zullen volgende week zaterdag 24 juni uitgebreid aan bod komen in het programma van Black Archives on Tour, wat als middags begint om 1 uur, met de film van André Reder, die namelijk niet alleen activist was, maar ook filmmaker. De film Onderneming Onderdak, gemaakt in 1981 als eindexamenwerk van de Filmacademie in Amsterdam. Die zal dan getoond worden, dus ik raad aan om daar absoluut naartoe te komen om deze geschiedenis te complementeren. En op het moment werkt hij als maatschappelijk werker in Amsterdam Zuidoost. In de Bijlmer, zeggen ze ook wel eens. Anyway, dat zijn onze gasten voor het moment. André en Juanita hebben beide meegewerkt aan het werk Prologue Squad, Anti-Squad. Ik zal me maar ergens in het midden zetten. Zo doen, zo doen. En wat we dadelijk ook gaan zien. Maar ik wilde het hier eigenlijk voornamelijk hebben over de specifieke kennis die van die acties uitkomt. Vanwege jullie rollen die jullie daarbij gespeeld hebben. En misschien kunnen we gewoon beginnen bij Juanita. Praat er maar even in.
Is hij aan? Hallo?
Ja, daar is het.
Oké. Ja.
Dus, Juanita, die bezettingsacties waar jij bij betrokken was, bijvoorbeeld die kraakactie in de Bijlmer, die we ook in de film voorbij zagen komen. Kun je misschien iets vertellen, en het wordt trouwens ook genoemd in de film die we samen gemaakt hebben. Kun je iets vertellen over hoe jullie dan bij de kraakactie zelf betrokken werden? Want je was niet zelf kraker, nee, maar je was juist zeg maar iemand die ondersteuning bood. Misschien kun je er iets over zeggen.
Ja. Wendelien, mag ik even iets vooraf zeggen? Ja, want er is een foto van mij hier vertoond. Maar ik denk dat het ook goed is om even toch kort iets toe te lichten. Ik ben in Guyana geboren, 10 jaar daar gewoond, 10 jaar in Suriname. En op en neer ben ik wezen reizen tussen Suriname en Guyana. En mijn eerste politieke daad was in 1969 in Suriname. Ik was helemaal nergens bewust van. En de ene keer was ik in het onderwijs en ik kreeg een vreselijke culturele shock. Omdat ik met Nederlandse boekjes over sneeuw en over fikje en over de kachel moest ik een boerengemeenschap lesgeven in Suriname. En die mensen die spraken Hindoestaans, want het waren Hindoestaanse boeren. En ik verstond ze niet, want ik was in het Nederlands opgeleid, ik kon geen Hindoestaans spreken. En de boekjes waren Nederlands, dus dat was een grote shock, want ik had een hele mooie foto van mijn diploma en ik kon niks voor de klas klaarmaken. Dus toen heb ik met handen en voeten het een en ander gedaan. En uiteindelijk heb ik de kinderen heel ver gekregen. Maar dat jaar was er ook een hele grote staking in Suriname uitgebroken, waar dus de onderwijzers ervoor hebben gezorgd dat de regering ten val is gegaan in 1969. En dat was de eerste keer dat ik in feite ruimte nam. En we waren allemaal in het zwart gekleed, duizenden onderwijzers van Suriname, natuurlijk met solidariteit van andere groepen. En wonderwel was mijn eerste actie en ik had ertoe bijgedragen om de regering ten val te brengen. Dus dat was dus voor mij, was het een gigantische stimulans dat je dingen kon doen, dat je wat kon bereiken in je leven. En ik was 19 jaar en ja, ik kwam toen naar Nederland en er was sprake ervan, dat komt volgende week ook aan de orde. 69 regering ten val, die Surinamers hadden de smaak te pakken. 71 weer strijd tegen de regering, 73 opnieuw een regering laten vallen. Het waren roerige tijden en daarin was er sprake over de onafhankelijkheid van Suriname. Dus het was een vreselijke tijd dat wij hier in Nederland aankwamen. En Nederland was in feite overeengekomen met de Surinaamse regering om binnen no time het land onafhankelijk te maken. Het was een vreselijke toestand, het was bijna een burgeroorlog geworden in Suriname. Want de Hindoestanen, de Javanen, die gingen eigenlijk de mensen vertellen dat ze dus uiteindelijk door Afro-Surinamers misschien geweld aangedaan, weet ik veel. En de mensen kwamen massaal naar Nederland. Arme mensen, Suriname werd onafhankelijk. 2/3 van het volk leefde onder de armoedegrens. Zo erg. En de mensen hebben haven en goed en alles achtergelaten. Onder leiding van een paar leiders die op politiek gewin uit waren, zijn ze hier. En dat is wat jullie gezien hebben. Dat is de achtergrond een beetje. Van het spreidingsbeleid. De mensen over heel Nederland verspreiden. In allerlei gehuchten en dorpen waar ze weg nog slecht kenden. Die mevrouw had het ook erover. In Amsterdam kan je nog Surinaamse groenten kopen. Maar ergens in Lutjebroek niet meer. Nou, en dat is het moment dat in feite wij als studentenbeweging de Lozon vormden. En dat was in de jaren 72, 73. En dit alles wat je ziet begon rond de onafhankelijkheid. Want de Nederlandse regering wilde geen precedenten hebben dat Surinamers hier kwamen en dat ze huizen kregen en dat ze onderdak kregen. Dus het was een vreselijke tijd waarin eigenlijk de pensioenbewoners, die waren in situaties zonder licht, zonder water, zonder elektriciteit, zonder, laten we zeggen, gas. Het waren hele onhygiënische toestanden. Er is nog een kleine baby helemaal in feite, totaal van de kou helemaal opgezwollen, eigenlijk onderkoeld. Pensioens raakten in de brand. Dat soort situaties waarin wij uiteindelijk in de Bijlmer aangehaakt kwamen, want we waren acties aan het voeren voor de pensioenbewoners om hun dus in feite een goede en betaalbare woning te laten krijgen. En inmiddels was er een welzijnsstichting in Zuidoost en die hadden 100 flats gekraakt in een buurt waar het bedoeld was voor de elite van Amsterdam en omgeving, om daar in hele ruime flats, voor het eerst waren er zulke ruime flats, 4 en 5 kamer. Nou, dat was prima voor die Surinamers om met z'n 19e daar onderdak te vinden. Dus het was een tijd waarin we eigenlijk toen in feite dachten van het is de hoogste tijd om daar te gaan ondersteunen in die Bijlmer, want er waren allerlei dingen, politieoptreden, moorden van mensen, van alles en nog wat. En wij zijn toen in feite gaan meewerken in de kraakactie om de mensen te organiseren. En je ziet die muziek die er gemaakt werd van het agitatiepropaganda. Ja. Nou, dat was zo mobiliserend. De mensen ook, al waren ze natuurlijk nog niet politiek bewust. Maar die muziek bracht er ook een boodschap in. En het verenigde iedereen, Nederlanders, buitenlanders, Surinamers. En ook beter gesitueerde Surinamers sloten zich aan. En wat belangrijk is, in die gliphoeven waren er hele rijke mensen, Nederlanders. In het begin stuurden ze gewoon honden af op die zwarte mensen. Ze betaalden geen huur. Ze wilden gewoon niet leven in een flat met zoveel gekleurde mensen. En later hebben ze in feite de mensen gesteund en hebben ze één comité met elkaar gevormd. En dat in het stadhuis, die demonstraties wat je op straat ziet, de krakers van de Nieuwmarkt, die daar in feite bij de bouw van de Nieuwmarkt in feite die hele metro waar aan tegenwerken, omdat mensen daar ook moesten vertrekken uit de huizen. Ja, al die mensen hebben samen met ons een steentje bijgedragen. En die strijd heeft bijna 1,5 jaar geduurd, of 2 jaar. Ja, het was revolutie en contra-revolutie, want er gebeurde van alles en nog wat om de mensen te demotiveren, om de strijd te blokkeren en dat soort dingen. Maar we hebben in feite als Lozon, hebben we daar ontzettend mooi werk verricht, natuurlijk gesteund door allerlei kameraden die hier ook actief in Nederland waren, van andere landen en andere komaf. Dus dat was het.
Wauw. Dat has been, hè? Bravo. Een van de dingen die mij altijd opgevallen is, of altijd, eigenlijk sinds ik hiermee bezig was inderdaad dat het niet bekend is dat deze zwarte activisten kraakbeweging er was überhaupt. We hebben een hele levendige kraakgeschiedenis in Nederland die altijd in leven gehouden wordt. Maar daar is deze episode moeilijk te vinden. Moeilijk te vinden en dat was ook een van de redenen dat ik er eigenlijk aan begon. En het andere is dat... wacht even. Oh ja, ik vind het inderdaad ook heel bijzonder dat er juist in die tijd zelf, wat jij ook vertelt en altijd verteld hebt, dat er juist wel een solidariteit bestond tussen de Nederlandse krakers van de Nieuwmarktbuurt, van ook anderen. Je hebt het ook gehad over uiteindelijk toen die uitzetting bij Huize Lydia plaatsvond, dat er uit die grote Lucky Luik, dat daar gewoon mensen vanuit kwamen helpen. Dus dat was er allemaal wel. En toch, als dan die geschiedenis geschreven wordt, dan blijft er alleen die groep over. Dat is nummer 1. Fijn, dat kunnen we establishen. Ik wilde aan André eigenlijk vragen, want ik vind dat zo leuk om anekdotes te horen. André vertelde mij een keer heel specifiek over een bezettingsactie in het gemeentehuis. Waar jullie als groep de Kamer van de Wethouder hebben ingenomen om hem te dwingen met jullie te spreken. En ik zou het heel leuk vinden als je even vertelt hoe dat in zijn werk ging.
Nou, we voerden acties in verschillende pensions, want er waren wantoestanden in allerlei pensions. In die film van mij die je volgende week kunt zien, is daar een uitgebreid exposé over en ook hoe ambtenaren en pensionhouders daarmee omgingen. In dit geval ging het om het pension Bonifatius, waar er echt enorme wantoestanden heersten. En de gemeente gaf geen sjoegen. Er waren petities geweest, acties geweest en de wethouder weigerde gewoon om te komen en het probleem aan te horen en er iets aan te doen. En toen hebben wij van de Lozon met bewoners, met buurtbewoners die solidair waren en ook met solidaire kraakgroepen uit Amsterdam hebben we een plan gemaakt om het stadhuis, dat toen nog in een groot grachtenpand was aan de Herengracht, te bezetten. We hadden een plattegrond van het stadhuis met alle ingangen. Dus bijvoorbeeld 1 ingang ging naar de burgerlijke stand waar je je paspoort kunt aanvragen. En zo konden we precies zien waar alle ingangen waren. We hadden elkaar in groepjes verdeeld, die door de verschillende ingangen onopvallend of als burger hulp zoeken naar binnen gingen. En we hadden ook de Kamer van de Wethouder gelokaliseerd. En we hadden afgesproken om 12 uur precies staan we van al die groepen voor de deur en we gaan naar binnen. Hetgeen we ook gedaan hebben. De wethouder zag bleek, maar hij was echt, volgens mij was het ook zeer ongebruik. Weet je, ik kan me voorstellen dat die man zich geïntimideerd voelde. Maar het heeft wel effect gehad, omdat ik geloof de week daarna hadden we een hele grote buurtvergadering waarin alles, en daar was hij dan. Maar dat was dus nodig om de gemeente zover te krijgen.
Dank. Hij zag bleek, is fantastisch. Ik hoorde net, Charles kwam mij net vertellen dat het woord kraken ook houdt moed betekent in het Surinaams. Moed houden.
Dus ik kraak voor Ajax, dan support ik Ajax.
Dat is ook wel een hele...
Ik kraak voor Ajax.
Mooi, mooi, mooi. Juanita, jouw rol als andragoge betekende dat je mensen trainde, heb ik net ook al aangegeven. En zoals ik begrepen heb, was dat zowel in het sociale werk, dus dat jij ook ingezet werd om mensen bij te staan in het sociale werk, maar ook in een tijd dat je in het Tropenmuseum werkte. En in die tijd, misschien is dat ook wel interessant om daarover te hebben, omdat we het hier ook over een culturele instituut hebben, waarin je als trainer eigenlijk aan het werk was. En in bepaalde situaties die rol als trainer ook echt nodig had om bepaalde dingen te kunnen mediëren eigenlijk. Nou, we hadden het onlangs specifiek over de tentoonstelling van Felix de Rooij. Wit over zwart, een legendarische tentoonstelling zou ik willen zeggen. Ik denk dat het eind jaren 80 was. Ik heb die zelf ook gezien en heb daar behoorlijk veel van meegenomen eigenlijk. Maar jij vertelde ook dat doordat die show er was, die confronterend was voor een heleboel publiek, hebben ze jou ook ingeroepen om daar iets mee te doen. Kun je daar iets over zeggen?
Ja, ik kan daar iets over zeggen. Weet je, even, dat hele verhaal over het racisme is een heel moeilijk verhaal. Om in feite dat invoelbaar, inleefbaar en ook te vertalen, niet in schuld en boete en in eer en schande, maar in een stukje solidariteit en samen aan de slag met elkaar om de maatschappij in feite te veranderen. En wat jij zegt, hè, zolang wij denken in wij en zij, zal er nooit iets van komen. Weet je, je zegt het veel mooier, maar goed, ik probeer het even op die manier. En nou, ik heb op het Tropeninstituut 30 jaar gewerkt als trainer. En het was natuurlijk geweldig wat er gebeurde met die wit over zwart tentoonstelling. Het is ook een reizende tentoonstelling geweest. Ik denk dat die jongen wel 10, 15 jaar van zijn leven daaraan gewerkt, misschien wel 20 jaar. Die Felix de Rooij. Weet je?
Zal ik heel even toelichten wat deze tentoonstelling was?
Ja.
Het was een tentoonstelling die was samengesteld uit objecten waaruit blijkt eigenlijk dat welke beeldvorming je als witte persoon over zwart altijd meegekregen hebt. Dus eigenlijk was het voor mij bijvoorbeeld enorm chockerend en verhelderend om mee te krijgen dat alle beelden die voor mij zo normaal leken, inderdaad een beeld was wat geschept werd over iemand anders. Dus de titel Wit over Zwart is interessant dubbelzinnig, omdat het in eerste instantie een soort machtsverhouding zou kunnen weergeven, wit over zwart. Maar het gaat ook over wie spreekt over wie en dus op welke manier. En dus de hele tentoonstelling, als ik mij herinner, tenminste ik heb daar daarna nooit meer wat over gelezen, maar zoals ik hem echt uit mijn herinneringen haal, was het vol met dat soort objectjes van pakketten koffie, Suske en Wiskes,
verhaalboeken, kinderverhaalboeken waarin je de
Zwarte Piet, benoem het maar op. Ja. Dus dat was een show om aan te tonen hoe wij gesocialiseerd zijn als witte mensen binnen dat beeld wat we over anderen gaan vormen. En dat niet, ik bedoel, je wordt meteen duidelijk gemaakt van dit naturalisatieproces of project komt ergens vandaan. Dat mag je dan ook wel vaststellen. Dus misschien kun je daarna vertellen hoe jij daarmee omging.
Nou, weet je, het mooie ervan eigenlijk is dat in hele onschuldige dingen, cadeaupapier, een kopje om eigenlijk koffie uit te drinken, hele onschuldige dingen, zat er een stereotype of een vooroordeel of een negatief oordeel, ook hoe de mensen werden afgeschilderd. Nou, dat was heel chockerend. En we hadden educatieve dienst bij het museum en die moesten de tentoonstelling begeleiden. Maar wat er gebeurde is dat ze erachter kwamen dat ze dezelfde ideeën hadden over al die onderwerpen, of over veel van de onderwerpen waar het publiek over wilde praten. Nou, en dat gebeurt in de hele samenleving als je lesjes racisme wil doen. Eigenlijk die docenten zijn niet geëquipeerd en zo was deze educatieve dienst ook niet geëquipeerd om die discussies aan te gaan. En het was een heel gevoelig vraagstuk, want mensen wilden ook niet naar elkaar toe laten zien of laten merken wat ze voelden en wat ze dachten. Dus het was heel ingewikkeld. Ik geloof het heeft 6 maanden geduurd voordat ze ons erbij hebben betrokken. Terwijl we 1 organisatie waren, maar met 2 afdelingen. En toen we moesten opstarten, moesten we alles individueel apart doen. We konden niet in een groep met elkaar, met de collega's praten. Dat ging niet. Je moest apart met elkaar gaan zitten. En nou ja, die mensen kenden mij, want ik liep er al 15 jaar rond en ik was vaak te zien. Dus dat vertrouwen had ik wel. En zo hebben we eigenlijk, laten we zeggen, laagje voor laagje, de tipjes van de sluier eraf gehaald. Daar hebben we een heel mooi programma ontwikkeld. Om dat wit over zwart, om dat ook tot iets te maken van wit samen met zwart. In de in de gedachtegang. Hè? Kijk, het voert te ver om nog door te gaan. Maar kijk, bepaalde dingen, het is net als die subtiliteit met die kopjes en dat cadeaupapier. In feite gaat het razendsnel, korter dan een seconde. Heb je vanuit je eigen norm, heb je een code voor gedrag. Alles wat ervan afwijkt, omdat je een bepaalde verwachting hebt, heb je al beoordeeld en heb je daar een negatieve of een positieve betekenis aan gegeven. En dat is gekoppeld aan identiteit en groepsidentiteit. Vandaar dat je ziet dat als iets speelt, dan gaan de gelederen zich eigenlijk naar elkaar toe verenigen. En dan komt wit tegenover zwart te staan. En als het een enkele zwarte is, dan heb je dat tokenisme waarover gepraat werd. Want dan word je in een kader gezet waarin je dat spel moet spelen overeenkomstig de constellatie waarin je opereert. Maar in feite heb je het zelf niet door, begrijp je? Je hebt het van elkaar ook niet door. Dus het is een heel subtiel, maar een eeuwenoud, ingemetseld en ingesleten gebeuren. Dus daar moet wel tijd aan gegeven worden en openheid.
Misschien is het voorbeeld ook de naam Witte de Wit.
Precies.
Dat gaat al jaren mee. Ja, we gaan naar de Witte de Wit. Ja, en niemand staat erbij
Precies.
stil. Zo ongemerkt gaat het. Maar wat vertegenwoordigt dat aan image, geschiedenis en nestelt zich onbewust in jouw archief, zoals Gloria zou zeggen.
Ja, mooi. Heel, dank je, André, dat is heel erg juist. Ik wilde het ook over jouw beroep en missie, zullen we maar zeggen, hebben. Jij wilde filmmaker worden en kwam naar Nederland, naar de Filmacademie.
Ja.
In Nederland politiseerde je.
Ja.
Hoe zou je dat samen met het filmmaken willen zien?
Nou, ik ben opgegroeid in het koloniale Suriname. Dus dat we echt nog een kolonie waren. In mijn jeugd, wij keken echt naar Amerikaanse cowboyfilms. Met John Wayne die de Indianen ging verslaan. En wij zaten als kinderen, ik ben John Wayne, ik ben John Wayne, ik ben die held. Weet je, dus met dat soort film, je was je nergens van bewust, je slikte alles als zoete koek. En ja, het filmen fascineerde me, dus ik droomde al van avonturenfilms die ik zou gaan maken en dat soort dingen. En ik kwam naar Nederland en ik politiseerde, ik werd activist bij de Lozon en toen besefte ik eigenlijk steeds meer aan mijn god, waar was ik mee bezig toen ik klein was. Ik wil met mijn films, laten we zeggen, de strijd van mijn gemeenschap waar ik in verwikkeld ben, daar wil ik een stem voor zijn. Want je moet je voorstellen, ja, hoe ga ik het je uitleggen? Nou, laten we uitgaan van tegenwoordig. Zoals het met de moslims gaat. Krantenkoppen, televisieprogramma's, de islam. Het is allemaal in een negatief, terroristisch daglicht. Weet je, er wordt een hele image geportretteerd van de islam en moslims. Weet je, waar ik misselijk van word. En die heel racistisch en vooroordeel bevestigend is. Dat moet je je voorstellen gebeurde met de Surinamers toen. Messentrekkers, heroïneverslaafden komen profiteren. Dus, en ik kwam dus naar Nederland en dat zag ik. Begrijp je? En ik was zelf het object van dat racisme. Dus toen ben ik films gaan maken. Een bijzondere ervaring was, kijk, je bent jong, je hebt toch ook een beetje ambities. Toch? Je wil het toch een beetje maken in de filmwereld. Dus ik dacht ook, ja, als ik mijn films daarin, weet je, op Nederland 1 en 2, dat was er alleen toen, of 3 ook nog. Weet je, dat zou ik toch wel fijn vinden en zo. En ik herinner me nog, ik ging naar de NOS, was het toen. En daar zat meneer, het hoofd van de afdeling documentaires. En ik had allerlei ideeën. Ik was activist. I knew what was going on in the Black and Surinamese community. Dus ik dacht, I know what I'm doing. En ik zat daar en ik legde hem wat dingen voor. En toen zei hij, het ministerie van Binnenlandse Zaken, dat gaf een minderhedenkrantje uit. Dat waren krantenknipsels van de gevestigde bladen of uit nieuwsberichten van het ministerie zelf. En hij zei tegen mij, weet je, volgens mij moet je eerst dat minderhedenkrantje gaan lezen en dan terugkomen.
toen werd het me al duidelijk, André, hier hoef je niet aan te beginnen om, weet je, het idee dat je nog iets gaat bereiken in de white established van toen televisiewereld. En toen besefte ik ook, het is eigenlijk een strijd om, weet je, over het perspectief. En dat geldt in de film en de media, maar het geldt ook in dit instituut en in het Rijksmuseum. Het zwarte perspectief ontbreekt systematisch overal en diep. En dat wilde ik juist vertegenwoordigen. Dus ik dacht, het is een strijd tussen dat witte perspectief en dat zwarte perspectief wat ik wil brengen. En in een strijd moet je een beetje strategisch zijn. Toch? Waar positioneer je jezelf in die strijd? Op een plek waar je zwak bent of op een plek waar je het sterkst bent? Dus ik dacht, als ik me ga positioneren in die white establishment met deze ervaring, they're gonna crush me. Toen dacht ik, waar ik sterk ben is bij mijn eigen mensen. En dat was voor mij, zo heb ik mijn filmmaken ook opgepakt. Alle films die ik heb gemaakt waren de stem, en ik ben er niet beroemd mee geworden, soms zijn ze alleen in buurthuizen vertoond, but that's where I positioned myself. Tot de dag van vandaag. En een van die voorbeelden is die film volgende week zaterdag. Ja. Dus dat is in een noot. Ik wil toch een anekdote vertellen.
Ja, graag.
Nou, nee, weet je wat het is? Nee, ook de witte instituten, hoe ze zich aangevallen voelen. Weet je, als er kritiek of dergelijke geluiden komen. Er was een Europese conferentie over migranten en televisie. Dus, want dat was overal in Europa aan de hand. Dus daar zaten alle hoofden van de nationale televisieomroepen. En daar was het hoofd van de toenmalige NOS. Goed, er werd over migranten en hoe gaat het in televisie en het vereist toch dingen van ons en het is nu een probleem. Dus en toen heb ik één vraag gesteld en toen stond ik op en toen zei ik, maar als we samen vast hebben gesteld dat, weet je, het een probleem is van hoe de migranten te verbeelden en, weet je, verantwoord op televisie te brengen, is het dan niet goed om voor de oplossing die migranten te betrekken in het televisiebedrijf van beneden tot helemaal boven? Dat lijkt me toch goed om tot een oplossing te komen. En ik weet het nog zo. Het hoofd van de NOS reageerde als door een wesp gestoken. En weet je, iedereen stond perplex. Ja, zijn er mensen die mij hier gaan komen vertellen dat ik mijn werk niet goed doe? En wie denken ze wel dat ze zijn? En ik heb verder echt niks meer gezegd. Want hij had het zelf gezegd. Dus, maar dat doet me denken aan hoe er witte instituten reageren als er kritiek komt vanuit de zwarte kant. Begrijp je? Dus daarom wilde ik dit even vertellen.
Fantastisch. Ik vind het ook, voor mij is het ook belangrijk om elke keer weer te horen hoe die dingen nog steeds loopen. Dus nog steeds, we hebben het over de 70 jaren, 80 jaren. En ik heb in de film die we dadelijk gaan zien, zijn mensen die in de 60 jaren al actief waren. En door diezelfde loop heen gaan van wel die dingen zeggen, wel die dingen aanspreken, wel de dingen in acties uiten. En toch elke keer weer terug voor dezelfde soort situaties.
Mag ik?
Ja, nee.
Mag ik even?
Heel graag.
Nee, want we hebben net een fragment gezien van Vrouwen van Suriname, de film van Ad van Praag. Maar ik wil toch de gelegenheid te baat nemen om een ode te brengen aan Ad van Praag. Ja. Want Ad van Praag, die heeft dit gedaan in samenwerking met ons, maar die heeft vanaf de jaren 60 echt vanuit marxistisch-leninistisch perspectief, progressief, de kant gekozen van de onderdrukte. Ook internationaal heeft hij films gemaakt en geproduceerd. Ze zijn gelukkig nu allemaal gearchiveerd. Maar deze film Vrouwen van Suriname, die zou toen de tijd door de voormalige icon worden uitgezonden. Maar het strandde op één punt. In de film werd er gesproken over het kolonialisme van Nederland en daarbij was er een beeld van Paleis Soestdijk. En de omroep wilde dat absoluut eruit. Die associatie tussen Paleis... Ad van Praag heeft voet bij stuk gehouden. Er is een kort geding gekomen en Ad van Praag heeft het verloren. Maar we moeten hem eren. En dat wil ik even zeggen.
En ja, bravo. En om daar nog iets aan toe te voegen, voor iedereen hier in de zaal, die DVD van de Vrouw van Suriname is te krijgen online bij Cineclub Vrijheidfilms. Dus Google Cineclub Vrijheidfilms, je kunt hem gewoon online kopen.
Ik wilde heel even aanhaken bij wat Wendelien net zei, over dat alles terugkomt. Ik heb gisteren, voordat ik een beetje voorbereidde in de dingen, heb ik een lijstje gevonden van de mensen die dik geld verdienen aan het huisvesten van politieke vluchtelingen. En dan komt het verhaal terug van die pensioenbazen, speculanten met knokploegen, die ontzettend hebzuchtig waren, in feite de sociale uitkeringen van de mensen confiskeerden, ze een zakgeldje gaven en ze tussen de ratten en de vuil met z'n tienen op een kamer, zonder verwarming, met tocht en met allerlei toestanden. En dan heb ik dat lijstje gezien. Dat zijn mensen van het Koningshuis, mensen van adel, mensen die failliet waren, mensen die een doorstart hebben in hun, hoe heet dat, als je makelaar bent of dat je met een...
Wat met de real estate.
Ja, dus, maar wat krijg je?
Huisvesting bezig bent.
Ja, dus die mensen verdienen miljoenen aan het huisvesten. Eentje had voor 1 miljoen geïnvesteerd, had in de korte tijd 6 miljoen ervan gemaakt. En ze zeggen, je wordt hier niet rijk van. En een andere die had wat zomerkampjes waar ze die politieke vluchtelingen huisvesten. En daar was een zwembad, die ging nog ticket allemaal in voor het zwemmen van die mensen. Dus weet je, het is van alle tijden. Het kapitalisme kent twee dingen. De machthebbers en de onderdrukte. De mensen die de middelen in handen hebben om de ander eigenlijk eronder te houden en uit te buiten en verdelen en heers. Dat is zo'n simpel concept, maar het werkt al eeuwen en we zijn er allemaal mee in feite gebrainwashed.
Yes.
Totdat we zelf eraan gaan werken om het los te gooien en het uit ons systeem te halen. En dat moeten we samen doen, dat kunnen we niet alleen.
Dank u. Misschien om af te sluiten, André. Volgende week zal je juist op die geschiedenis van Lozon en Sabo terugkomen. Hè? En je hebt ook zelf het project om je archieven openbaar te maken en die geschiedenis duidelijk te maken. Ja, misschien wil je er iets over zeggen?
Nou, het is horen jullie me? Ja? Het is een presentatie over eigenlijk 20 jaar lang strijd van die organisatie Lozon. Die wordt gepresenteerd door mij en ook een voormalig activist, Ernestine Comvalius. En dat is een presentatie ervan met foto's, krantenberichten vanuit ons persoonlijk verhaal in die organisatie. En ja, daarvoor wordt dus die film Onderneming Onderdak vertoond, die gaat over die wantoestanden in die pensions, waar Juanita en ik het nu over gehad hebben. En als ik naar die film kijk, het ontroert me iedere keer weer, want het is vanaf 1982 al zo 35 jaar geleden. En het is nog steeds even ontluisterend voor mij, hoe dat toegaat. Want over wat Juanita net vertelt, hoe er werd verdiend. Maar ja, dat weet je, want die privéhuizen die worden gesubsidieerd door de overheid om nu vluchtelingen op te vangen, maar toen Surinamers en Antillianen. En het was een gesmeerde samenwerking tussen de gemeente, de pension en geen haan die ernaar kraaien. En ze vertellen er heel open over in die film. Ja. Maar ik bedoel, het is goed. Ga zelf kijken.
Dank je. En nog één kleine laatste vraag over, want ik vind het toch interessant om even op strategieën terug te komen. Want dus de Lozon en de Sabo waren organisaties die werkten om veranderingen teweeg te brengen. Ja. En kun je misschien gewoon iets zeggen over wat voor soort strategieën jullie gebruikten om die verandering teweeg te brengen? Je had bijvoorbeeld nu net, vertelde je al een anekdote dat je binnengaat om een wethouder te dwingen ergens af te komen door hem gewoon te overweldigen en te doen. Maar zijn er nog meer dingen te zeggen?
Nou, ik sprak laatst met Juanita en misschien is er één, kan je het kort samenvatten. Kijk, we baseerden ons wel op het marxisme, maar er is, je zei, ga naar de mensen, leer en organiseer. Ik denk dat dat in één zin samenvat wat onze strategie was. Kijk, we hadden natuurlijk met onze scholing, weet je, hele geavanceerde ideeën en analyses, maar hoe verbind je dat met de concrete strijd van de mensen? En hoe je dat met de mensen moet doen, dat moet je van hun leren. Dus we verbonden ons iedere keer met gewoon de strijd van de mensen en gaven dat dan vorm samen met hun, toch? Ja.
Ja, dit is wel een hele praktische, in feite. Ga naar de mensen, leer en organiseer. Dat wil zeggen, je gaat naar de massa of naar de mensen die in feite onderdrukt of uitgebuit of vernederd worden. En je gaat hun verhaal in feite proberen te vertalen in een politieke strijd. Begrijp je? En kijk, naarmate je over hun strijd praat, met hun samen. En kijk, die muziek die je ziet in de film van dat agitatiepropaganda, je had altijd wat kunstenaars erbij, die gingen een slogan in een lied vervatten, of er kwam een korte sketch erbij. En daar had je de verbeelding van de gevoelens en er was ook dan plezier. Je ziet ook hoe we lachen om de dingen, terwijl het vreselijke dingen zijn waar het over ging. Maar om nog een laatste voorbeeld ter afsluiting. Kijk, we werden op een gegeven ogenblik opgeroepen in die tijd van de Lozon. Dat was in de jaren 90 in een chique straat in Amsterdam, de Gerrit van der Veenstraat. Nou, daar woonden mensen in een pension, terwijl die woning werd al afgebroken. De 4e verdieping was al helemaal kaalgeslagen. De 3e was aan de beurt. Overal waren brokken stenen en grif. Dat zand van die stenen was naar beneden. Er woonden baby's daar. Er woonden gewoon ouderen. Een vrouw had de hersenoperatie, was net terug uit het ziekenhuis daar. Maar wat was er aan de hand? We waren daar opgeroepen. En de nacht ervoor had de pension-eigenaar samen met de gemeente afgesproken, omdat dus een beheerder was er vandoor met al het geld. Dus er waren 2 procedures liepen. Die pensionbaas die hield zich niet aan de pensioenverordening. Dus de eigenaar die had een brief gekregen van burgemeesters en wethouders. Van jongens, er moeten dingen aangepakt worden. Inmiddels was zijn maatje die daar de knoet hield op de mensen, was vandoor met alle subsidie en uitkeringsgeld. Dus toen zegt de gemeente, jongen, ik ga je helpen. In de nacht, 12 uur, zijn er heel veel pensioenbewoners gekomen om die mensen snel uit het huis te halen. Want het zou een groot schandaal worden, terwijl baby's en ouderen daar wonen, wordt die flat afgebroken. Maar die eigenaar dacht, ik sloop de boel in plaats van het opknappen. En de mensen hebben voet bij stuk gehouden. En we gingen daar, nou, we waren doodziek van wat we zagen. En we hebben gelijk die krakers erbij gehaald om te komen kijken op inspectie te komen, om te zien hoe het eruit zag. En toen hebben we dat huis Lydia bezet, waar je hiervan ziet. 5 dagen lang hebben we met de mensen echt een paradijs gehad met elkaar, want ze wilden niet in feite in dat huis Lydia gaan op advies, op voorstel van de gemeente, omdat ze daar met pasjes moesten lopen. Ze mochten hun spullen niet brengen, ze mochten geen bezoek na 12 uur. Er was een beheerder die direct met de politie werkte, dus als ze zich niet hielden aan een regel, werd de politie meteen. Nou, en toen hebben wij dan samen met hun. En als je ziet hoe die mensen eruit, ziek, zwak en misselijk, maar ze gingen wel meedoen. Begrijp je? En dat is de kracht van ga naar de massa, leer en organiseer. Want je spreekt de taal van de mensen, je voelt hun hart kloppen en je gaat met hun mee om gewoon te doen wat er gedaan moet worden. En we hebben nooit acties gedaan voor de mensen, ze hebben altijd met ons samen de acties gedaan. Nou, dat is het.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thanks.
Ja.
Dankjewel.
Ja. Simpel eigenlijk, hè? Heel simpel.
Dank jullie wel heel hartelijk voor het delen van deze ervaringen en ja, inspirerende woorden. Ook met de mogelijkheid om terug te blikken op andere tijden van waar we nu zitten. I will switch back to English. I'm sure you understand me.
Wat zeg je? Ja, what did you say? What did you say?
I will switch back to English.
Okay,
Is that all
fine.
right with you? Yes.
That's fine with me.
I wanted to, the next program point is to screen the film Prologue Squad, Anti-Squad, which was made in collaboration with both André and Juanita and a whole set of other people that will be introduced on the screen.
With Kees.
With Kees, who is in the
also
zaal. Beautiful. Show yourself, Kees. Yay, there he is. And Quincy Gario, who is not here, but is here because his talk shows are in the other room. And as I said, a whole lot of other people that you will be introduced to on screen. The film is 37 minutes long. It has 2 parts. I would just propose to see it now, and after which I can be available for questions, and then we'll have a little break after that.
Ja, ook bedankt. Ja. Dat deze verhalen weer naar boven zijn gekomen. Het is 35 jaar na dato eigenlijk, hè. En alles herhaalt zich, dus we gaan weer in actie, hè. Ja.
En dat we begonnen met lezers als studenten en arbeiders verenigd. Ja.
Staat bekend als iemand met een gigantische public spirit die in een burgerweeshuis, dat is echt een soort materialisering van hoe hij ook naar de mens kijkt en naar pedagogiek, naar hoe de mens ontplooit. Maar dit is een kantoorgebouw. Ja.
Ja, het is altijd als ze dan, wij zijn hier een nieuw pand betrekken, was de allereerste ding wat die mensen deden, is dat ze binnenrenden en kamers claimden.
Dit is ook zo leuk, dit moeten we het ook zo even. Zo'n totaal onzinnig ding, maar dit hebben we niet voor niks gemaakt, die holtes hier.
Kijk, overal is er licht en overal is er verbinding.
Ja, de trap is echt letterlijk de verbinding, hè? Niet alleen een verbinding tussen verdiepingen, maar ook een verbinding tussen mensen. Dat is natuurlijk essentieel altijd bij de gebouwen van Van Eyck geweest. Ja, dit zijn toch ook hele liefdevolle details. Die zie je in geen enkel commercieel kantoorgebouw. Ook dat je gewoon in je eigen ruimte naar binnen kunt terugkijken, dat maakt het heel sterk.
Ja, dat je eigen huid ziet vanuit je kantoor.
Ja, ja. Binnen, buiten, buiten, binnen. Die relatie blijft eigenlijk altijd bestaan.
En dan voel je die ruimtes van de kantoren die je eigenlijk al begroeten.
Terwijl de kraakactie net de deur open was en dan gingen ze met z'n allen naar binnen toe en dan ja, meteen hun naam op van dit is dan een Somalische kamer of Somalische verdieping of op die manier dat het dan. Natuurlijk, je moet snel zijn om de beste plekken te claimen.
Ja.
En je bent gewoon met een groep van 100 mensen.
Toch een soort van je eigen plek proberen te keren, terwijl je dat eigenlijk niet hebt. Want ik weet nog, die ene keer zaten ze ook in een gevangenis, toch?
Ja, maar dat was via de gemeente geregeld.
Ja.
Dat de mensen, maar dan konden ze daar dan zitten, maar dan moesten ze wel samenwerken met de IND.
Precies.
En dan als je dan naar binnen wou, moest jij ID laten zien. Dus bezoekers moesten een ID laten zien om mensen te bezoeken die geen documenten hebben.
Ja.
En dan hadden ze allemaal van die kamertjes die natuurlijk gewoon van de binnenkant niet open gaan.
Ja, nee, ik was er ook niet binnen, maar ik weet wel dat mijn vader altijd vertelde als we in de auto waren. Dat Helene is een vriend van hem die inmiddels is overleden, die kozijnen heeft geschilderd. Tenminste, hij heeft in ieder geval de kleur bepaald.
Oh, we moeten in beeld komen.
Oh.
We lopen weg, hè?
Jij bent Kees, toch?
Ja.
Waarom zit je in die scène? Helen?
Helen.
Ja. Oké.
Gina.
Gina. Mijn dochter is hier getrouwd, weet je?
Meen je?
Ja. Ja. En dan ging je die trouwzaal in, want hier was vroeger een onderdeel van de rivierenbuurt, van de gemeente. Ja. Vluchtelingen hebben toch ook in dit gebouw gezeten? Ja, die hadden het gekraakt.
Dus zijn we vrijdagochtend, want het zou waarschijnlijk met het begin van de ochtend als de zonlicht opkomt, dan kan de politie in actie komen. Dus wij verwachten dat het dan zou gaan gebeuren. En toen kwam toen gingen wij er op de fiets heen en we waren met een groepje echt van 20 mensen. En ik wist nog dat toen we met z'n 20 aan het fietsen waren, dacht ik van oké, het is heel goed dat wij dit doen, dat wij hier met 20 mensen zijn. Want met 20 mensen, als je dan kun je nog wel iets van een impact of een solidariteit laten zien.
Ja.
En we kwamen er aan en het was 7:30 's ochtends of in december. Het vrieste buiten. Er waren gewoon 200 mensen. En van die 200 mensen, die waren naast de mensen van wij zijn hier, naast de ongedocumenteerde vluchtelingen zelf, dus dan nog wel meer mensen. En de mensen die dat wouden, die konden dan ingehaakt voor de poort zitten. En van de 200 mensen die er waren er zo'n 80 mensen die dat gingen doen. En ja, echt wel met het idee van, je gaat opgepakt worden. Je gaat gewoon gearresteerd worden.
Ja.
En eigenlijk is het nog steeds wel een van de mooiste acties die ik in mijn leven heb meegemaakt. Om gewoon die solidariteit zo te zien. Dat er op een vries koude morgen in december er 80 mensen daar uit solidariteit daarvoor gingen liggen.
Nee, kijk, die organisatie, veel inspiratie putten we ook uit het Marxisme-Leninisme. Weet je, die de belangen van de arbeidersklasse stelde, toch? Tegenover. En dat kent geen nationaliteit of zo, dat verbond. Dus dat lag ook mede aan de basis van die solidariteitsbeweging. Want toen, toch, in Afrika, overal was dat de basis. Dus de solidariteit was ook enorm. Ja. En ik denk dat dat toch ook mede een soort basis was van de solidariteit in die antiracismecomité's, toch?
Ja, want ik bedoel, het gaat om een anticapitalistische strijd. Hè?
Ja.
Als je die gemeenschappelijke anticapitalistische basis niet hebt, kan je niet een duurzame solidariteit hebben van Nederlanders met buitenlanders. Probleem, want anders voelen Nederlanders dat je ze erbij haalt om een strijd van jou te voeren. Oftewel, de buitenlanders denken dat ze een strijd voor de Nederlanders. Terwijl als je die gemeenschappelijke basis hebt met elkaar, weet je, tegen verdeel en heers, voor een gemeenschappelijke vooruitgang op alle terreinen en tegen reactionair beleid van de overheid, etc. Dan heb je een bepaalde soort overeenstemming, een gemeenschappelijk uitgangspunt.
Ja, het is fijn als je die tekst kan zien. Hier. Loosdom tegen het racistisch spreidingsbeleid. Ja, dat is wel echt een hele mooie... Dus ik heb op school een les gehad hierover. Over krakersbeweging. En daarnaast heb ik les gehad over de Bijlmer. En ik heb nog nooit van die naam gehoord. Nog nooit gehoord over Surinaamse, Antilliaanse loosdom, krakersbeweging, nog nooit.
Kijk, ze wilden sowieso de loosdom niet te veel in publiciteit hebben. Maar wij hadden geweldige publiciteitscampagnes. Overal waren we met een doek en een paar borden en daar stonden we al met de megacode.
Hey, Abo.
En ik heb net een nieuwe functie ook. Gadisha die eerder vandaag was, die is een van de mensen die dat heeft opgericht. Amsterdam United, dat is een studentenplatform binnen de UvA en die vooral kijkt naar diversiteit.
Maar je moet oppassen als je het woord, want dit lijkt wel bijna een stopwoord te worden, diversiteit. Is het je ook opgevallen dat wanneer men het heeft over diversiteit, men meteen denkt aan zwart?
Ik ben natuurlijk nu, omdat ik hier na 20 jaar weer terug ben, ben ik natuurlijk eventjes verliefd weer op mijn gebouwtje. En dan zie je ineens dit soort details. Hé Lucien, zie je dat hier mensen wonen? Dat is wel geweldig, hè?
Ja.
En een commercieel kantoorgebouw. Je zou hier gewoon helemaal, je zou je misschien helemaal vol moeten zetten met mensen. Misschien is het wel een hele goede AZC.
Toen later die maand, er was gewoon geen plek. Ze konden gewoon geen plek vinden. Dus toen hebben, weet je, mensen uit de Amsterdamse kraakbeweging, die hebben toen samen, hebben ze de vluchtkerk opengezet, gekraakt. En dat is inmiddels ook weer 4 jaar geleden en sindsdien.
Want hoe kraak je nou precies dan? Want je breekt van de deur open.
Ja. Nou ja, het gruwelijke is dat ze eigenlijk de afgelopen 4 jaar gewoon van pand naar pand gaan.
Nou, de strategie natuurlijk van de gemeente is dat ze vanzelf weggaan. Dat is het idee.
Wat ben jij aan bezig?
De stad is van ons, van Jabba Abu Jaja, een manifest van de nieuwe meerderheid, zoals hij dat zegt. En jij?
Die zijn die ons in de titel.
Ik denk dat hij kijkt naar een nieuwe samenstelling van inwoners die zich hebben gevoegd bij Europa.
Dit gaat eigenlijk over activisme in de stad.
Kraakbeweging.
Ja, precies.
Want hoe dachten de krakers bijvoorbeeld over
over voor wie de stad is.
Bij beide titels spreekt er een wens uit. Maar wat misschien in die activistische leus van de kruipbeweging van de stad is van ons, het jezelf toe-eigenen van de stad, wel aanwezig was de mogelijkheid daarvan. Dat kan blijkbaar.
Of dat je daar met z'n allen mee kunt
Politiewet is cinema.
Ja, precies.
Ja, precies.
Maar dat komt veel te snel, denk ik.
Ja. Maar dat was toen waar ze hadden echt die hele ruimte in die stad gebruikt. En heb je ook meegekregen van 69, van die bezetting, dat er hier in Nederland ook actie was? Ja. Nou, velen van ons hier zijn gearresteerd. En Lucien is een van ze, Lucien die daarvoor. En daar ontmoeten we elkaar, ja, inderdaad.
En in het weekend dansten we
in de Likkenstraat.
En welke organisatie nu?
De Surinaamse studentenorganisatie en Ons Suriname. Ja, die twee.
Jij ook?
Ja.
Huh?
Ja, dan
Had je
komen
me
we
dat
bij
ooit eerder
elkaar.
verteld of wat?
Nee. Ja, maar het is ook iets veranderd. Kijk, het laatste wat ik gedaan heb, Secretariaat. Wat ik daarvoor gedaan heb, is een schoolbouw voor Indianen, omdat ze een 3-klassige school hadden. Ik zei, als ik in Nederland zoveel sociale woningbouw mag maken, dan wil ik nu in Suriname sociale woningbouw voor elkaar brengen.
Ja.
Dit soort gebouwen wat je nu hier ziet.
Ja.
Je weet niet of het nog ooit gebouwd kan worden, moet je wel echt een bezielende projectontwikkelaar vinden.
Juist een helpmeting mee. Want ik had zoiets van, ja, verdorie, de UvA is wit, ja, nou dan ga ik juist daar studeren. Ik wil daar aanwezig zijn, ik mag er zijn.
Niet meer verheven geworden, begrijp je? En ook niet benoemd geworden, want er waren al.
Misschien is dat omdat ik opgegroeid ben met uitsluiting, discriminatie, racisme, dat ik een beetje een dikke huid had ontwikkeld al. En zoiets had van, je komt er niet mee weg. Weet je zal geconfronteerd worden met mij en je hebt er maar mee te dealen. En in die ontmoeting verander je allebei een beetje. Tenminste, dat hoop ik.
Je moet wennen aan een soort minderheidsrol of zo op de werkvloer.
Ja. Je raakt dat nooit kwijt. Je bent altijd als het ware een soort vertegenwoordiger van al die mensen die op jou lijken in een witte omgeving. Het is echt een bepaald tokenisme.
Zelfs hier.
Ja. Dus dan ga dat niet uit de weg.
Ja.
Nou, ik kwam vanuit Sint Maarten in Nederland om in Utrecht te studeren. Ik kwam theater, film en televisiewetenschappen studeren. Maar ook daar dan leer je gaandeweg van oké, dus zo denken mensen over mij.
Wat u eerder zei van hoe hou je juist dat soort dingen vast. Hoe creëer je die structurele verandering in de geschiedenis. Dat is ook een soort van verantwoordelijkheid van mezelf naar de maatschappij toe eigenlijk.
Ja.
Dus zelfs je studiekeuze, universiteit is een soort van rebelsheid, een strijd, een soort activisme bijna, als ik het zo mag noemen. En dat is de realiteit van een bestaan met een andere achtergrond dan, weet je, daar kan je gewoon niet omheen. Het nadeel is wel dat mensen zich bedreigd voelen, dat mensen zich,
Het idee dat het altijd gewoon toekomt, dat het behoort het je hoort het te krijgen.
Zo natuurlijk
precies.
En dan moet je nog gaan uitleggen van ja, maar het is niet aanvallend bedoeld. Het is niet dat we je helemaal weg willen hebben. We don't want to eradicate. Het is
is heel miniem. Want in feite praten we precies over hetzelfde als wat we 50 jaar geleden bespraken. Weet je, er is niks veranderd. Men nog steeds gebruikt men in plaats van racisme discriminatie. Iedereen discrimineert. Iedereen, jij, ik, wij discrimineren met z'n allen. Maar racisme is iets anders. Is een ideologie.
dat, oké, het Maagdenhuis was al raar, maar nu zijn ze helemaal doorgeslagen, omdat we het over dekolonisatie hadden.
Dat je plenaire vergadering natuurlijk. Bij de 100 hebt en dat in 12 dagen volledig naar groei en groei en groei. Ik had verwacht dat ze tegen dezelfde dag.
Naar University of Color en jou?
Amsterdam United.
Ja.
Ja.
Wat is precies het verschil of de relatie?
Nou, University of Color richt zich echt op decolonizing heel sterk. En Amsterdam United heeft ook decolonizing, maar minder en meer superdiversiteit. Ja, dus en ik denk dat University of Color ook wat activistischer is dan Amsterdam United. Kijk, diversiteitsbeleid kan misbruikt worden, maar als je het echt goed aanpakt, dan kan je wel verandering teweegbrengen. We hebben vooral contact gehad met
protest na de jaren van revolutie op de universiteit. Zijn ze eigenlijk in slaap gesust en voet gehouden. En nu eindelijk, ja.
Die daar een decolonizing education beweging en Road to Fall. Zie je dat dat overeenkomt of heb je zoiets van er is toch nog wel...
Ja, ik denk op dit moment de protesten, wij volgen. Ik zie het zo dat de Global South het leidt en dat wij volgen.
Moet je zo weg?
Ik moet echt weg, want ik ben naar een demonstratie. Oh, wat voor demonstratie? Ik hoop... het is van een eigenlijk nieuw initiatief dat we proberen op te zetten. Iedereen onderdak. Oh ja, ik heb het gezien, ja.
Oh, je hebt het ook gezien?
Ja.
Mooi.
Ja, een mooi initiatief ook.
Ja. Oké, je bent hè?
En dan dacht ik van, dan is het een beetje van als je dan in één keer over dekolonisatie begint. En je begint over, je houdt in één keer al die onderwerpen erbij. Dan is het ook iets waar de bredere samenleving misschien een beetje van afschrikt.
Gewend zijn dat mensen die eruit zien zoals ik, zo, toch nog een beetje intimiderend is.
Mensen worden er bang van, al die dingen is eigenlijk wat we continu hebben gehoord. Van als we het over het koloniale verleden wouden hebben. We zijn militant genoemd. Nu is niet de tijd. Je moet mensen niet op hun tenen trappen. Hou rekening met de emoties van. En dan moest je altijd eigenlijk rekening houden met de groep die dan de problematische dingen herhaalde. Dus je was continu bezig eigenlijk van, oh, dus ik moet zo staan. Of, oké, als ik dit doe. En op een gegeven moment zeg je niks meer. Weet je? En dan je bericht verwatert zodanig. En het ding is, we zijn heel vaak verteld, nu is niet de tijd ingeschrikt. Oh, en op een gegeven moment, omdat je als groep samen bent, zijn we er gewoon voor gaan staan. Ja. Wij gaan zonder compromis, gaan we dit op de agenda zetten. En anders is dit niks waard. Wat jammer is dat als witte studentenbewegingen niet expliciet voor dezelfde dingen gaan staan, dat wij die radicale extremisten blijven. Wat doe jij in deze scène?
Wat ik in deze... Nou, ik denk dat het vooral dat ik een film gemaakt heb. Quincy, een pensioenbaan, die kreeg subsidie van de gemeente om die Surinamers en Antillianen op te vangen. Precies. Je kon 8 gulden per dag per persoon krijgen. Dus dan kon het zo komen dat een kamertje van 8 personen, misschien 8 maal 8 is 64 maal 30, zoveel 1000 gulden opbracht. Ja. Terwijl zo'n flat misschien maar de helft kosten. Ja.
tegelijk met het kraakverbod dat in 2010 is doorgevoerd, dat die hele leegstandsindustrie ook een nieuwe impuls krijgt. Dus daarvoor bestond het al. En je zou denken, als kraken niet meer mag bestaan, dan heb je ook geen anti-kraak meer nodig. Maar dat werd juist echt booming business. En ook trouwens een heel succesvol exportproduct, dat is de Nederlandse uitvinding.
Maar het heeft altijd wel zeg maar, het beeld gehad dat het gefaald heeft, zeg maar, met al die problemen. Ja.
En labyrinthian clarity, a house is a small city. Dat is wel typisch Ikeaanse omdraaien.
Ja.
Maar dit is labyrinthisch.
Ja, nou dat is dat... ja, dat is dat manier van denken. Toen ik bij hem les kreeg... Ik ben zijn leerling, ik ben zijn zoon. Hij houdt van mijn werk.
Kwam u in Loenen langs?
Ja, ik heb daar geschilderd.
Ja?
Ja.
Ik kom uit Loenen.
Oh ja.
Dus, ik ken dat, ik liep heel vaak langs het huis.
Oh ja, toen werkte ik daar, ik schilderde bij hem. Dus er zat een heel idee achter, maar het was bedoeld voor de middenklasse.
Ja. En hoger.
En hoger
hoort daar
op-
niet bij. Nee, dat was niet de
Nee.
bedoeling. En
Ja,
zeker,
precies,
niet,
ja.
zeker niet die mensen die daar gingen kraken.
Dat waren gewoon arme
Het
mensen.
waren gewoon arme mensen, weet je.
Ben je niet gevonden? Kale. Even het kale. Henk die is die broer van Juanita. Dat is Marilee van die bij buitenlandse zaken. Zij was een van de leidende mensen in de loop van toen in Amsterdam.
Ik wist nooit dat er een kraakbeweging was in Zuidoost.
Ja.
Dat bijvoorbeeld Surinamers ook hebben zitten kraken in de jaren, volgens mij 80, maar ik weet niet zeker of dat de juiste jaren 70.
Wist dat?
Ik wist dat nooit. Ik zelf ben ook opgegroeid met het idee van een stereotype kraker. Ik snap niet waarom dit niet de boeken ingaat als van, kijk wat we toen hebben gepresteerd en hoe belangrijk dat nu is. Als je het al over sociale bewegingen hebt, dan is dat nu wat mensen nodig hebben. Ja.
Ik weet niet of mensen nog moeten kraken, want het heeft geen functie meer misschien. Kraken heeft geen functie omdat je misschien direct eruit gezet wordt. Of omdat er een te groot belang is. Huh? Dus dat heeft nu een andere dimensie gekregen. Maar het geval van, ik denk nog steeds, ik schaam me kapot dat wat er gebeurt met vluchtelingen. Ja, ik ben blij dat er mensen zijn die vrijwilliger zijn, zich inzetten daarvoor. Maar de houding
No. Don't know. It's a question? No. Yes, go ahead. We got a mic?
Yes, I was thinking about the characters in your film and how do you select or how do you justify these are the characters I'm going to play with, and do you feel if there's a character missing in your film, or do you think it is complete? How do you decide that?
Usually, is it on? Yeah, okay. Thank you for the question. It's indeed a very important thing, and the characters are people, no? As you understand it, they're not characters that I thought up. They are people I met, and people that I met because of my interest in a certain issue, and then I start to go around. I mean, probably Juanita who's here, Kees who's here, André who's here can sort of say more about that, because we talk, and then I think only after a while there is a moment when we think maybe it can be that we go into this film together, because it's not clear from the beginning. I don't come with the question directly, do you want to be in the film? It's more like get to know each other, see what everybody's worth and what we have. And then out of that process, there could be this feeling like, yeah, maybe it can be that we do this together. So that's how it starts. And I do indeed think about who is there and who is already there in it, and what should I complement that with as other voices to make more of this story complete. Because in this case, I was interested in that historical squatting issue, but I was also interested in the contemporary We Are Here issue, trying to squat for political and mediating reasons. So I wanted to have younger people being connected to that. For a long time I asked myself, should I approach the people who did really squat there as from the group We Are Here, and came to the conclusion actually that it's not possible, like Quincy says at the end, and so on. So in the case of the anti-squat, I was interested in what it means nowadays, that this anti-squat is now so big and kind of influencing the whole rental market, but also how it is influencing this agency of squatting, how it is possible to squat or not to squat at all. So all these things, then the people come into my mind who have either written about that, or I know that they're doing that, or I've heard that they're doing that, so on. So that's how it grows indeed. And if you say, if somebody's missing, yeah, probably there's always somebody missing, but yeah, there is a moment when the filming has to begin, let's say, then I have to take a decision, this is it. Yeah. Thanks.
We started with one elephant in the room, but I think there's another one happening as we speak. And I'd be actually curious to hear maybe from Juanita in terms of your expertise in strategies, actions. How would you respond to the action happening right now, and how it relates to everything we're talking about, or how you would perceive this?
Okay. Oh. Yeah, nee, kan ik doen. Yeah, now during the talk, I was conscious about what is going on there. And I felt very supportive of what we are doing here and talking about, and the issue raised about the Witte de Wit and all these kind of things going on today, then I felt that it's a good idea what is happening there. And it's a kind of, how you say, emotional connection, which is and strengthen me, you know. That is a piece of art, and especially there, but there was a text there and I didn't like it too much, you know, but now it's gone. So, so I'm so happy. I cannot repeat the text, but I didn't feel well about that, and now it's gone, so it's okay. And the hands, I like the hands, you know.
We're all talking about you, Patricia. She's still painting,
Yeah.
concentrated.
Yeah, I don't know what's written there, but anyway, it's a good thing, a good initiative.
Thank you, Patricia. Let's have a big hand. And thank you, Juanita, for reacting to that so quickly. Yeah.
It's my son and he wrote down, wit heeft zwart nodig.
Wit heeft zwart nodig. Beautiful. Whoa. Kids are great. If there are no more urgent... there is a question.
I'd just like to say that just to kind of reflect back on the open letter to the Wit and kind of what I see, how I've interpreted it or understood it when you read it out, but also just this interaction right here, because what happened is that Samuel, who obviously everyone is a kind of, we all are individuals, but of course it's an attack of on the institution, and very sadly it got directed at individuals in the institution, but still the sort of the unfairness of that maybe is still important that we really examine here, like what was said in the open letter.
It will have a place after the break, actually, if you're concerned about that, yeah.
But just because I felt like even asking now, in a way, Samuel asked on the question, you know, and turned it back to, you know, the black person, the black activist in the room to kind of answer that question, whereas the letter in itself asks the white in us to answer that question, you know, and to not keep asking, you know, not keep asking black people to represent, to help white people understand whiteness. And I have one more comment about the Bijlmermeer, because I wasn't, my Dutch is not very good. But one thing that when you say about the characters that were missing maybe from your film, is that I haven't experienced myself of the Bijlmermeer. I was born, I have Dutch family, but I was born in London. But I had an aunt and uncle that lived in the Bijlmermeer. So I would go and be sent every summer, from when I was 7 years old, I would be put on a plane and I would go and spend like a month or 2 months in the Bijlmermeer. And actually for me, the Bijlmermeer was an absolutely idyllic living environment, you know? So obviously, of course, as a child, I was less sensitive to the kind of the tensions and the crime, and of course I wasn't able to identify who was a criminal and who wasn't, who was, you know, that idea of kind of privilege. But of course, my point is that for some people living in the Bijlmermeer, namely white people, the socialist system that the Bijlmermeer represented worked perfectly, you know? So the point is that by white people going to the ghetto, you know, do you understand what I'm saying? For me, it was an amazing experience because and that was my whiteness that allowed me to have a totally, absolutely different experience while being there. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Well, there's one thing I don't understand is like white people going to the ghetto, because I didn't really understand the Bijlmer as the ghetto to begin with. You know, there was a presence that came there because of the housing shortage, and then the political action of squatting made for a growing presence of Suriname Antillean people there. So the idea of the ghetto is quite problematic.
Yeah, of course. But the Bijlmermeer has been now, I've noticed in Dutch culture, and since I've been here, it's being used constantly to kind of represent something concrete, which it actually isn't. You know, so the point is that the Bijlmermeer is as a location being used to talk about something, but the location is totally irrelevant. You know, the location, privilege, or to be my white privilege traveled with me wherever I went, also into the Bijlmermeer. You know, and therefore, you know, the experience of being black or being an immigrant in the Bijlmermeer isn't because of the Bijlmermeer, and it's not located in the Bijlmermeer. Because if you would go to, you know, potentially, I don't know, a very like rich, white, predominantly white area of Rotterdam, that experience would travel too. Do you see what I mean? So in a way, like my problem with this kind of talking about these areas and identifying areas.
I'm sorry, but we didn't talk about the Bijlmermeer as a problematic area at all.
I'm not saying
because
that you,
that's it. I mean, I'm reacting to that.
I'm not saying that you have. I'm saying I've heard that in the conversation in general. You know, people always now reference the Bijlmermeer. I'm not saying you did it in your film, but I'm saying that to a certain extent, the perspectives of this area would be like more interesting if they also represented the kind of ways in which it could have the other, which means the white person, and what the difference in experiences were, and then you would say something real about the way that kind of race, like, manifests. You know? Do you understand? No, no.
If I try to understand you, then in fact the Bijlmermeer is a beautiful place to be and to have your presence there. And so is my feeling also about the Bijlmermeer. But it was not meant for us with a color to be there. And the Dutch people, I mentioned also, who were in advance there, some of them, they were opposing the coming of the colored people, and some of them went away. But there are many Dutch people and also foreigners with a white collar who enjoy the life to be in the Bijlmer, because it's a beautiful place with a lot of nature and a lot of good vibrations. So that's the context, what was not meant, but after all these years, we also get somehow a togetherness with each other, because there are Dutch people who are proud of being in the Bijlmermeer and they don't want to go anywhere else than living there and remaining there. So if this is a kind of answer, you know, I hope I help you a little bit.
Yeah, no, that was kind of actually my point.
Yeah. Yeah, but we went in the story from a different angle, huh? So that was a little bit, but I hope it's now a little bit clear, okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we're just going to go to a break now of about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back up for the panel discussion, and lots more questions can be. And there's coffee and tea just one floor downstairs. So come back in 10 to 15 minutes. Cheers.
Let's do a flyby.
1, 2, 3, and I come with the wicked White House, lights out, boom, 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 with the rock gun, looks like I dropped one. I'm top gun, so deep. Yeah, what's up? What's poppin'? This is Dr. Dre calling from Chronic Control. Can I speak to the president? Yeah, just tell him he was smoking last night at the club, you know what I'm saying? What, he don't inhale? Well, I know I got the wrong one. Did somebody beat me from there?
Colors don't clash, people do. Color me happy next to you. Oh, just like it should. That old neighborhood, that's what they'd have us believe.
homies greenery. Many envy, but hill of beans, what it means to me. Leave it up to me, I'm painting the White House black. And ain't no feature in your frontin', so why the hell he frontin', Jack? And leave a change, we gon' change.
Yeah, let's get no.
Using everything from spray cans to charcoal. Put them out and put the crew up on discharge. Leaving wet pink signs in the front yard.
God, these people crazy, man. They don't even know what I'm saying. Airbrushed and colorized, changed right before our eyes. Realist visualized in every frame. And let the love shine from the right house, be it the flag red or white house. Feel the puppeteer can't pull our strings.
That's why they ain't right to get the flashlight. No matter what, no matter what, I pledge allegiance to the flag, being all I could never be. I'm British toe. Yeah, this is USAK all day, and you can't interrupt. Lay back. Stars and stripes for the tars and types. Got brothers like me behind bars and on pipes. Damn, I'm getting took for a trip. They got me seeing stars from the club and stripes from the whip. Why must y'all be like that? I ain't into politics, so skip them white collar tricks. They never did us no good. To hell with the space shuttle. Put some money in the hood and make jobs. Let's mob up to the Capitol. Then we ain't gotta rap it all. Power to the people, and the only way to get free is the J to the U-S-T-I-C-E.
Picture this, paint a picture, paint a picture.
Yo, listen to the real Clint. Who, Bill Clinton? Hell no, I'm talking about George Clinton.
The White House black, brown.
No matter what creed or what color, with God by this time we're gonna change His power.
You understand what I'm saying? 'Cause that's the way it be. 'Cause his name is George and his last name begins with a C.
Picture this, paint a picture, picture perfect, paint a perfect picture.
Hey brother, can you paradigm? And as the shifting of the tectonic plate that causes the earth to quake, when you're standing in the epicenter, let the shaking begin. The shaking starts here. Hey brother, can you paradigm? And like the shifting of the combined weight of the massive oglers, with the head fake, and fake the numbers off of one's chest. Brother, can you paradigm?
And in these uptight times, hardcore funketeers deploy the bop gun, the unleasher of positive light. The bop gun can do you no harm. It frees your mind, so your behind can follow.
Let's do a flyby.
1, 2, 3, and I come with the wicked White House lights out. Boom, boom, boom with the bop gun. Looks like I dropped one. I'm top gun, boom, dick. Yeah, what's up? What's poppin'? This is Dr. Dre, thought of kind of control. Could I speak to the president? counting up his last pennies, buying brushes and bum rushing home his greenery. Many envy, but hill of beans, what it means to me. Leave it up to me, I'm painting the White House black, and ain't no feature in your frontin', so why the hell he frontin', Jack? It'll either change or we gon' change it.
Yeah, it's getting old.
Using everything from spray cans to charcoal. Put them out and put the crew up on discharge, leaving wet paint signs in the front yard.
Charge these people crazy, man. They don't even know what I'm saying. Airbrushed and colorized, change right before our eyes. Realists visualize in every frame. And let the love shine from the right house, be it the black, red, or white house. I feel the puppeteer can't pull our stride.
You know what I'm saying? That's why they rock to get the flashlight. No matter what, no matter what, I pledge allegiance to the flag, being all I could never be. I'm with his toe. Yeah, this is USAK all day, and you can't interrupt. Lay back. Stars and stripes for the tars and types. Got brothers like me behind bars and on pipes. Damn, I'm getting took for a trip. They got me seeing stars from the club and stripes from the whip. Why must y'all be like that? I ain't into politics, so skip them white collar tricks. They never did us no good. To hell with the space shuttle. Put some money in the hood and make jobs. Let's mob up to the Capitol. Then we ain't gotta wrap it all. Power to the people, and the only way to get free is the J to the U S T I C E.
Picture this, paint a picture, paint a fucking picture.
Yo, listen to the real Clinton. Who, Bill Clinton? Hell no, I'm talking about George Clinton.
Paint the White House black, brown.
No matter what creed or what color, with God by this time we're gonna change it forward.
George Clinton one time. The big bow wow. The atomic jaw. This is doing thing. Come on, one dog can take his tail. We'll be busy. Put your hands on that bell. Come on, big dog. Come on, y'all. I can't hear you.
love for G, but I somehow, some way keep coming up with funky ass hits like every single day. Hey, I kick a little something for the G's and make a few ends as I breeze through. It's 2 in the morning and the party still jumping 'cause my mama ain't home. I got some freaks in the living room getting it on, and they ain't leaving till 6 in the yeah. So what you wanna do? Look, I got a pocket full of rubbers and my homeboy still chillin'. So turn off the lights and close the doors. But what? We don't love them. Hell yeah. So we gon' smoke an ounce of this. She's up, down PET, just bounce to this. What you doing? With my mind on my money, get my money on my mind. And I'm sipping on gin and juice. Laid back. I got my mind on my money and my money on my mind. What in flashlights at? Come on! Come on! Come
I'm here to testify about Parliament Funkadelic tonight. Funk is a force that tore the roof off the sucker that is modern music. The great George Clinton is the father. He is the father of his funk mothership, soul that he produced and included legends like Bootsy Collins, Bernie Worrell, Eddie Hayes.
And in these uptight times, hardcore funketeers deploy the bop gun, the unleasher of positive light. The bop gun can
Let's do a flyby.
I don't think this is on. Is it? Is it on?
This is Dr. Dre calling from Chronic Control. Could I speak to the president? Yeah, just tell him he was smoking last night at the club, you know what I'm saying? What? He don't inhale. Well, I know I got the wrong one. Did somebody beat me from there?
Colors don't clash, people do. Follow me happy next to you. Oh, just like it should. That old neighborhood. That's what they'd have us believe.
If love ain't got nothing to do with it, then keep it. Ain't no big secret, we all know the reason. People change every day, but life stays the same. One big game, ain't a damn thing changed. A woman gotta do what a woman's gotta do. Be a maxtress, don't let these mackers smack you. So I get caught up in it, I'm stressing and tired. The man who runs the joint gets me high up. It can be a white house, a black house. It can be a crack house, an outhouse. If it ain't the right house, go get your army gear, lady. We got fight, they ain't gonna set aside another night. It's so bad in Los Angeles, it's so scandalous. Give me somebody who can handle us. Yo, is on top of things, so color me mad, I'm ready for
I
a
came myself
change.
one time, too many, and a brother gotta be coming out as nickels and
Test. Het werkt. Oké. Waar is ze? Okay, I think we've been patient enough. Let's start. I'm going to start by talking about myself and about the Cinema Olanda project and the platform, maybe for about 10 minutes. I want to sketch out a few things, including my own position and how that relates to some of the aims of the platform. And I'm going to play different roles in the next hour or two. Afterwards, we'll move straight on from my short introduction to the panel discussion. And the panel discussion we will take about half an hour, and then we'll open to the floor. Because instead of a panel discussion where it's like mostly the panel and you get to ask a few questions afterwards, we would really like a discussion. So half the panel, and then we really open to the floor and take as much time as we want to really talk. Okay, I want to start with myself and my own practice. Earlier, Andre and Juanita started their presentations talking about moments of politicization. And so I want to start actually with one of the moments of my own politicization. And I want to look at that politicization in relation to my understanding of art and the artistic landscape. And I think that when I talk about some of these things and about our project, it also sketches out something that we can come back to when we talk about the letter and when we have the panel discussion. I actually, Amandla was talking earlier today about people in the art world with a capital A, the art people, you know, as opposed to the other people in the art world. And I am a person in the art world with a capital A. For many years, with a just passion for art since my early childhood, completely engrossed, in love with art and on every level. And it's been at the center of my life as something other than everything else. In many ways in my life, it started off as a free space, really a space of freedom, mental, creative, social, every kind of freedom. And I really believed in that freedom and in the creativity of art. And about 15, 16 years ago, I decided at a certain point to do a master's in art history. I won't tell you my whole trajectory, it's so long, so many countries, so many different positions. And I was very interested in performance art and in a Japanese group called the Gutai Group, who have since become quite well known internationally. And I went to the UK to do my master's. I'd never spent time in the UK. I'd lived in many countries, but not the UK. I'm Irish. This is not a small detail. And I started to study the Gutai Group, and I had some very good tutors who were quite politically aware. And very quickly, I started to be confronted with not histories of art, but histories of exclusion, of censorship within the art world, of censorship within art history at the time, partly because of the Cold War. I started to see different positionalities. I started to see what it meant to be Japanese, how that related to race, how that related to Europe, how it related to Asia, how that related to discourses about post-coloniality, the difficult position of Orientalism versus, you know, violence perpetrated by the Japanese, Korean versions. It was an incredible unfolding in so many directions at once. And what came home to me very, very fast was that the art world that I knew and loved was completely different than I understood it. That it was saturated to its core with racism, with every kind of imperial and colonial hierarchy, every kind of injustice. That, for example, the Gutai Group, let's say, were the first to conceive of performance art, yet it's gone down in art history that Alan Capro conceived of performance art. He himself, in his own book, published at that time and always said that the Gutai Group were the first to conceive of performance art, yet he was drowned out because this could not be put forward. And if you read the art criticism from the 50s, and I did extensive research on the 50s, the direct racism within art history, if you just go back a couple of decades, is really phenomenal. This was one of my introductions to being politicized in terms of art and its structures as opposed to what it thinks it's doing. As I mentioned, I did this master research in the UK, and I have grown up in a colonized country, and by being a white person, I never had to confront the fact. I did not want to engage in any kind of nationalist politics. I left that to people in Northern Ireland. And while I researched the Gutai Group, I simultaneously started to read post-colonial theory, and I started to understand the country that I came from for the first time in my life. And simultaneously, I started to experience systemic racism towards myself as an Irish person in Britain. I'd never been in a minority position. And the kind of parallel experiences of my daily life and my research combined, you know, gave me an eye-opener that was irreversible. And I'm very grateful for that experience. And I've been working with those issues in many ways for the last 15 years in many different projects. Through issues of representation, I quickly moved on to realizing that I was representing the other by dealing with these histories, and I was confronted with the fact that I did not want to deal with the colonial history of the country that I came from. I absolutely did not want to deal with it or take it on board at any level. And I went through a very painful, I think, and I really want to say decolonization is an existential process. It's a very deep, hard process that you cannot take on board lightly as a topic or a theme. It will completely change your worldview. It will change your everyday life experience. It will change how you see art. It will change. There's no going back. If you're serious about what this means in the world, it's irreversible, and it's a process of the rest of your life. I took it on board myself against all my resistances to address my own whiteness, to research the relationship between art and Irish art and post-coloniality. And this is something that is not spoken about in the Irish art world. In fact, colonization is not spoken about in Irish art. And I started to write about this subject and research it, and I presented some of these early writings to Third Text, which is a major London-based journal dealing with particularly art and post-colonial issues. And I immediately got a phone call from the head editor saying, which was Rashid Areen, the artist, saying, look, I've been waiting for 20 years to meet someone who I wanted to do a special edition of Ireland with, and I think I've just met them. Will you take this project on board? So I said yes. And I became, in a way, in Ireland, the equivalent of something that Wendelien van Oldenborgh is doing in her work, which is to put post-colonial questions on the table on the Irish art world in a very unwelcome environment on all levels. And I did this in 2005 at a time when Ireland was going through the Celtic Tiger, and I did it partly to do with the really explosive racism that was also emerging in Ireland at the time because of the first massive influx of immigrants because of the improved economy. So I put it on the table in terms of Irish art and also in terms of undealt with issues of race in Irish history and how they affect racism in contemporary Ireland. So it was a very unwelcome package on many levels. And I went through many things. I can't talk about a lot of my work. I just want to hone in on a few things, because through this experience, I made a very frontal challenge to the Irish art world, to the Irish art history world, to Irish artists, and people in the cultural sector. And it was received in many ways, and I understood what the impact of that was, partly to divide the audience, to people who are interested in political issues in relation to culture and those who are not, was one dividing point, and so on. So I saw part of the effects of that, and at a certain point I thought I was preaching to the converted, and I started to ask myself different questions, and that is, how can we talk about art in relationship to these issues, talk from the art out? And I started to realize that actually in the artistic landscape we're missing a lot of vocabularies, to theoretical tools, thinking models to talk across the social, the cultural, the political, and the artistic. Because when it came to post-coloniality, it always closed down onto identity questions. An artist came from somewhere, that was their identity. It was either visible in their work or not, and then it was a matter of inclusion or not, or exclusion. And it's a far more complex matter than that. I was also challenged by many people around questions of privilege, questions of class, the relationship between geographic locations. You know, what does it mean to come from Brabant and to not feel included in the Amsterdam art world, and so on? What does it mean to come from a high class black family versus working class white person, and so on and so forth. And for myself, I went ahead and did a PhD, which in cultural analysis focused on curating. And I spent 5 years trying to understand and sketch out the relationships across art and the wider cultural and political fields, and particularly what the agency was of exhibitions in shifting dominant mentalities, in making change. That was called Curating Cultural Capital and Symbolic Power. And I brought in the work of Pierre Bourdieu to think about the relationship between art, and particularly taste, and ways of looking. And we've heard about black perspectives, and I thought a lot about white perspectives and taste and judgment and quality in art, and how these come together with discourses around race and cultural specificity. This is a little bit boring, but the reason that I'm going into this detail is because I think we're missing a lot of bridging discourses, and not just bridging discourses, but discourses that complicate, deepen and expand the subjects that we're talking about, and understand them within an artistic and institutional landscape. And this is what I've spent many years also working to try and find and think through possibilities. I've been living in the Netherlands for in total 15 years. I moved here 17 years ago, and I've been away secretly in between a few times. And I have learned a lot by living in the Netherlands about the other side, the perspective of the colonizer country, the cultural positions that are taken, and particularly what is taken for granted, the cultural confidence, and all the things that appear obvious and not to be questioned. And the depth of privilege, I would say, the depth of privilege, when privilege goes on for many generations, how difficult it is to actually see it. I have not felt, I am a foreigner in the Netherlands, and it took me many years to have the confidence, firstly to gain the cultural knowledge to speak in this country, but also to gain the, I would even use the word courage, to speak critically in this country as a foreigner. You know, while working on Cinema Olanda, you know, Rutte was quite happy to publish his letter in the paper saying all critical foreigners, you know, feel welcome to leave the country. And any of us who are critical foreigners in the Netherlands have been told time and time and again when we open our mouths to go home. And I have wanted for many years, I have done many different things in the Netherlands related to this, but never something so public and frontal as engaging in the Cinema Olanda project. And I felt really a very deep sense of cultural need for a project to take shape at this time in the Netherlands that would address the questions that Wendelien van Oldenborgh's work addresses. But through my PhD, I really understood the agency of exhibitions, the agency of cultural projects, the agency of national representation. And I started to think a lot about Deleuze and Guattari's notion of the minor, which is that instead of coming with a frontal attack to the dominant narratives, to inhabit them and go in a different direction, to create your own language within them and to turn them against themselves to use them for different means. And I see a lot of agency in that position, and I think this relates also to this complex positionality, to actually understanding the complex positionality and understanding wider how institutions work, how the cultural field shifts, how it shifts in relation to the political field. Apart from, I think, very urgent rising racial tensions in this country and unsurprising return of attention to the need to decolonize this country, there's also been an increasing shift within populist discourse towards a very anti-intellectual discourse around art, anti-intellectualism within academic discourse, a drive against the humanities, a general reduction of all discourse, actually, in this country towards simplistic thinking, one-liners, two sides, and so on and so forth. And with Cinema Olanda, and by showing Wendelien's work, I also wanted to embrace complexity, to really stand still with the fact that this is not a discourse. It's many cross-cutting discourses, cross-cutting questions. Stuart Hall once said, we're always trying to rescue a simple story out of a complex story. And in the last year and longer working on Cinema Olanda, it's been a non-stop battle to try and hold open space for complexity. The complexity of art, the complexity of the discourses that we're dealing with around decolonization, around the question of who are we in the Netherlands, around social questions, around how culture, society, and individuals come together. And one of the reasons why I really appreciate Wendelien's work is that she holds open conversations without coming to conclusions, and asks us to spend more time in that space of actually not knowing and not knowing yet. And I think in my earlier work, I was very outspoken in my critiques, and I have in my more recent work tried to work a lot with my own not knowing and try to take less sure positions. The more I learn and the more I've gone in depth with these issues and questions the last 15 years, the more willing I am to admit to the complexity and admit to my own ignorance and admit to the need to keep thinking things through. And I want, I think something that kept coming back within Cinema Olanda almost as keywords, in fact within PR strategies, we kept being criticized for this. We kept using the word agency. The agency, the power, the ability to make something happen. How can you actually make something happen constructively? How can you move forward? And another question which came up within Cinema Olanda repeatedly in relation to the work is the question of solidarity. And actually I found it very beautiful in Juanita and Andre's presentations earlier on, that this question of solidarity comes back, and we return to the question of agency. I want to move on to have our panel discussion. I have framed the panel discussion around the notion of conditions for criticality. I want firstly to reread the opening paragraph of the letter, because the word criticality was quite central to the critique of this open letter. What does it mean for a white institution to do critical work under the moniker Witte de Wit, the name of a high-ranking colonial naval officer who worked both for the Dutch West India Company and the Dutch East India Company? What does it mean to engage in critical reflection on timely issues? This is from Witte de Wit website, under that name, a name that conjures up a history of terror What does it mean to market, validate, and circulate such a name? At the end of the next paragraph it says, even though our critique is, actually no, I want to read the beginning of that paragraph. We, a group of cultural professionals, artists and activists, draw attention to the disjunction between the stated criticality of Witte de Wit and its failure to acknowledge its entanglement in colonial violence. Even though our critique is directed at Witte de Wit, it extends well beyond this institution's white walls. The issues we address are endemic within major critical cultural institutions in the Netherlands. One of the reasons why I wanted to give a long introduction is because this question of criticality is a question that affects the whole field of art and the whole social field, I think, in the Netherlands right now. I feel like we're in a climate, a social and cultural and artistic climate where there is not a lot of room for critique. And I want to put the critique within this letter against a kind of an institutional landscape, and also the positioning of art and what art can do at this time, how it's being received, and whether the criticality and complexity of art can actually be received, or whether there can be made space for that at this time in the Netherlands. And I want to touch on one more term, which is the term diversity, because this is the term under which many cultural institutions right now are addressing some of the issues that the letter addresses and some of the issues that we will discuss. Gosh, I actually blank at the term diversity because I have such difficulty with it. I want to go back and say one of the reasons why Cinema Olanda engaged with the national image is because of the lack of space for black people and non-black people of color within the Dutch we. The lack of space for difference within the national imaginary. And I think this wider social and cultural lack of space for that wider we greatly informs the question of how this wider we is received by cultural institutions in the Netherlands. And I feel very uncomfortable. On the one hand, cultural institutions in the Netherlands, there has been a lot of work done the last few years, and cultural institutions are starting to put these questions on the table. Yet, and there is a critique here that Witte de Wit, for example, did not take on board really the significance of what the name Witte de Wit means, or really the significance of what it might mean to do that work. And I have seen across the Netherlands also the institutions who are wanting to do that, who are doing that, and I include Witte de Wit here. It is very, very difficult to make the space and to really understand the depth and the breadth of those questions and the radicality of those questions if you take them on board. It's a long process, it's a deep process, it's an engaged process, and I think it affects everything. And there has been until now a kind of hospitality model. I often think of Derrida, the notion of hospitality to foreigners, guest workers, who are welcomed like a guest. Please come and stay in my house. You're allowed to stay for a little while, then go home. And as you are a guest, you do not critique your host. It's some of the rules of hospitality. And I think the rules of hospitality within the cultural institutions in the Netherlands are quite similar to the rules of hospitality for migrants and foreigners in this country and in every country. Please, you may enter the institution. Here's your space. You're a guest. You're very welcome. But the same rules apply. What happens when the guest starts to criticize? And some of the critique in this letter is stemmed by critique that was raised by Egbert Martina. And I want to say, when we set up the platform, one of the reasons that we came to this construction was to actually take hospitality of an institution and to push it to its limits. Because the terms on which we agreed with Witte de Wit to do the platform was that all of our participants would have full autonomy to do their work. We would not curate the content of the program. We would not dictate. We would not censor. nor would Witte de Wit choose or curate or make those decisions. We were offering autonomy. And this is an offer which is not available within cultural institutions. It's very unusual. And Witte de Wit took a big risk, I think, in opening up to that level of autonomy. And I really want to credit Witte de Wit for taking that risk. Yet, as we have seen, hospitality is not enough. And we need to move beyond the hospitality model. And the hospitality, even with that level of autonomy within the platform, is not enough. There is a lot of work to be done. And I don't have no idea how long I've talked for. It's been very long, but I hope it breaks open some of the wider complexity. I want to turn to our panel. We will talk about conditions of criticality. I think the letter will remain as a central reference within our discussions, but our discussions are also broader than that. We will refer specifically to Witte de Wit, and we will see that within a wider cultural and artistic landscape. I myself will moderate, but not as a silent moderator. The other panel members or anybody in the audience is welcomed to address questions to me. I have invited these panel members due to their different, what they can bring to this discussion, and they will introduce themselves to position a little bit what they feel they bring to this discussion. There is a panel member who is missing, who I miss really sorely, and that is Wayne Modest, who has been working with these issues in the field in the Netherlands, first at the Tropen Institute and now at many different institutions. And he's very invested in moving this discourse forward and was very excited about this panel. And I was interested that one of his first comments was he wanted to talk about public intellectualism in relation to these issues. He was called away due to unexpected family circumstances. He had to leave the country. And I will miss him particularly because of his institutional expertise, because we can theorize about the institutional field, but we also really need to root our questions and our conversations in that inside perspective. I also invited many other people to sit on the panel, including particularly 6 people who signed the open letter to Witte de Wit. I invited those 6 people to sit on the panel, and they chose to not be sit on the panel or to engage in the discourse as a panel member. And I have reflected a lot on whether to invite Daphne Ayas, director of Witte de Wit, to sit on the panel. But I invited her to please be present, and she is here in the first row of the audience as a listening participant who will later also engage and be available to answer questions when we open up to the public discussion, or if people within the panel would like to directly address questions. But I really want to open up a space where we think together. We're dealing with a very complex set of issues, and we're all implicated in it differently with different positionalities. And I think our task is to see how those positionalities can move together to work with the agency that we have and to create solidarities in which we can use that agency to really make things happen and move these discourses forward. Okay, I'm going to pass the mic to my panel members who will introduce themselves.
Can you just hear me with this mic? I think you can. Thanks, Lucy, for that introduction, for framing the debate in that particular way. I'm particularly moved by your well wishes to Wayne Modest, which I join in, and also for this gesture of bringing the flowers, which I think is very touching, and I want to speak in the spirit of openness that gesture represents. I also want to thank Wendelien, Daphne, and Natasha for their hospitality in bringing me here, and for enabling me to, well, quite literally feed my thoughts. I'm quite a hungry beast, as you probably will find. For those of you who do not know me yet, I'm Dr. David Debosa. I'm a reader in museology, which means that I spend my time researching and studying museums. I'm based at the University of the Arts, London. I've written many books and articles on museums, and perhaps if you're interested, I could talk to you about that later, but now's not the time for that. Now is the time to talk about my journey since I've been here, because in terms of the spirit of the invitation, I thought I was being invited to speak to you in relation to cultural management, that there was a particular set of issues or problems emerging in a particular setting to which I might be able to bring my cultural expertise to bear. I was wrong. This is not a situation of cultural management, it is a situation of cultural politics. And politics is a very uncertain game. I've just come from the UK, where even our Prime Minister has just realised how uncertain a game politics really can be. And in that, I'll speak to the uncertainty that I've had while I was in this room, because while I was here listening to Wendelien and listening to the presentations from Juanita and Andre, there was an action going on at the back of the room about which I knew nothing. I didn't know whether it was an intervention, whether the director who was sitting behind me was feeling challenged and troubled, whether the people around were troubled. And I had to take some time to actually go and ask Christiane what her project actually was. Was it Christiane? Patricia, sorry, forgive me. Patricia. Making mistakes, there'll be more to come. To ask Patricia about what the action actually was, and it was only in speaking to her that I got a sense of, in a sense, yes, there was permission. I mean, Patricia, I'm sure you'll talk more about this in questions or in discussion, but also there was still some uncertainty around that practice, about whether or not to do it, under what conditions to do it, how to do it, and how the rest of the audience would respond. That is politics to me, that uncertainty. The politics is actually also invited through the work, and I don't want my framing of my thoughts or discussion to actually get away from the fact that this is art work that we're talking about. And in relation to being able to see the work this afternoon and before, we have a sense in which the work issues in a particular kind of politics. So the question then becomes, what kind of politics is this? And I think it's Juanita who pointed us towards the problem of the politics of blame and shame. And I think that in some ways, if people are taken on board the open letter, which is another intervention alongside this artwork, if we read the open letter as blame and shame, we get fixed into positions. And the fixed position is not political, because politics are dynamic and uncertain. There's a theme. One thing that Buddhists have said to me, I went through a period of thinking about Buddhism, was when you see my finger pointing towards the moon, do not mistake the end of my finger for what it's pointing to. It is pointing towards the wonders of the moon. And I take that spiritual idea into the political domain. So when you feel the finger pointing at you, or at you, or at you, do not mistake my finger as pointing towards you so much as it is pointing towards the possibilities that lay beyond you. There are a set of potentials that become available to us, but it sometimes takes an outside force to point towards us and open up our eyes, open up a fissure in ourselves in order for us to see beyond the positions that we're taking to something that is possible. And that journey of possibility is always uncertain. There's a theme. Okay, so where and what might this open letter be pointing towards? I have a few more remarks. To my mind, in terms of my reading, what the open letter points towards is a possibility of justice. Now, justice for me is not something to be claimed. And in terms of the kinds of positions of cultural institutions, both here in the Netherlands and in the UK, liberal humanist institutions which are doing good work, hard work in difficult circumstances, want to claim the ends of justice. Who does not want to be just? Who among us here does not want to be just? There's no one who does not want to be just. There's no one who wants to stand on a platform of injustice. But make no mistake, justice is not something to be claimed. Justice is work to be done. And the first stage of that work is to think about where we actually stand or are seated. Because only by understanding where we stand, each of us stands or is seated, can we understand that work of justice, which has a more mundane translation, if you like, of adjustment. Okay? And that adjustment requires understanding both where each of us are, differentially located, but also to be honest about the asymmetries of power in our positions and what is required in order to achieve the necessary adjustments. And it might require that we make some kind of movement. And by that, I don't mean great swathes of political movement and the heroism that we've seen discussed today. It's not necessarily at that scale, but let us be inspired by that to make even minor adjustments. But those minor adjustments require us to be honest also about the points to which we cannot move, the points over which we cannot move, and what we're not prepared to give up. So the question is, honestly, try to give an account of what you're prepared to give up and what you're not prepared to give up. And if you're not prepared to give up your cultural power, your power to make the decisions, your power to say who is invited and who is not and under what terms and conditions, then say so. Because if you say so, that is the grounds for the beginnings of a politics, because it can be challenged. I'm not prepared to give certain things up. I'm not prepared to give up the position that I've worked for so hard in terms of having a voice, being able to travel around Europe and indeed the world to sit at platforms like this and be treated very nicely. I'm not prepared to give that up. Someone might have to take it away from me, they might take away from me, and then there will be a politics. But unless I'm prepared to say that, we can't get anywhere, because we're just dealing with charades, with shadow play, with different kinds of games. So the game is over. Maybe new rules of the game begin, and at the start of every game, every new situation, the question is, where do you stand? Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you for that. I'm Amandla Awetu. I'm with First Things First. The name First Things First came about through, what happened and the controversy surrounding that and the evasive maneuvers of the institution in dealing with that question. You know, what does it mean for an institution like Witte de Wit, who claims to be critical, to invite Black people under the name of the colonizer, oppressor, murderer, mass murderer? Yeah, to do this. And yeah, I've seen the evasive maneuvers play out both in the email thread and on Twitter. So I'm here, and we decided to call ourselves First Things First. First, there should be a dealing with this question. And I want to reiterate a little bit from the letter. Witte de Wit should not wrestle with these questions behind closed doors. It should be transparent and accountable towards audiences and participants for how it will be working toward undoing its institutional structures. It should go without saying that this project of undoing should not be spearheaded by the same people responsible for the sanitization of colonial violence. It is not for Witte de Wit to establish when nor under which terms its praxis and existence are questioned. And I think this is very important. So I came to sit on this panel. I've really had to think long and hard. First, as first things first, are we going to stay, you know, in Cinema Olanda? And we decided to be part of Cinema Olanda and to stay here because, well, for me personally, I think it's important well, I realize I'm a black woman, you know, and what my body does in white spaces. So quite physically to be a confrontation and to reiterate what's being said and to see what's happening and how people are engaging. And I'm not a silent partner in this, so that's why I think it's very important to be here and be engaged. And I'm quite happy to see that from the side of Wit, they are here, and I was quite surprised this afternoon when Daphne said that she's here to listen. Yeah, I have different experiences. Let's keep it at that with institutions, because I'm also with an organization called University of Color, and we're an action group that was born during the events that transpired during the protests of the academic community in 2015 at the University of Amsterdam. And yeah, my experience in decolonizing education, colonizing the university, with the institution is completely different. They send their minions, and those minions are not silent. And its process we're still in this process, extremely draining, and our demands still have not been met. So we're going on with this, and under, you know, the understanding that there is this tension, that this process can be reformist, this process of decolonization. There's always this tension, because this is not what you want. What you want is that the institution is burned down, and from its ashes rises something new. But if today we would decide to burn down, you know, with it, you know, because decolonization is also in the mind, what the new thing will be a replica of what's already there. So that's why I decided to reiterate that paragraph, because this is so important for undoing coloniality and modernity, and for decolonization to even, you know, be able to happen. And it's quite interesting to see that things that are happening in the university, they are also happening here. And I call on everybody in this room and watching the live stream to become a woodlice, because you only know that you have woodlice when the structure is coming down. So, you know, blend in, become a woodlice, because this is very important for us to even be able to talk about equality and social justice and all of these things, and decolonization. We have to become woodlice. We have to invest in educating ourselves and becoming politically aware. And that's why I'm so excited about what's happening now, and that we are in, and it brings me back to the Maagdenhuis and all those protests that were happening, because that's where my political awakening got such a boost, similar to what Juanita was talking about. You know, all of a sudden you hear all these concepts that I never heard of Audre Lorde or Frantz Fanon before I got entered in the Maagdenhuis, and people were talking about it, and you yourself go and you seek and you organize, and this is so important. So I think this is what needs to continue happening long after Cinema Olanda is finished. This needs to continue happening. As it is happening, the Maagdenhuis protests are now 2 years ago, and we are still, with our physical presence, holding the board accountable. Some of them have run away, new ones have come in, but we are still holding them accountable, and it's a very exhausting process. But, you know, that's why organizing is so important, to keep each other's spirits up and practice self-care. So I understand that this is not going to be easy, just like Lucy said. But I believe a fire has been lit, you know, and we need to keep it going. So yeah.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you, you. A lot has been said already. Thank you, Lucy, for your introduction, and David for pointing out very specific particularities. There's 3 things I would like to talk about. First, my understanding of the people who signed the letter not to be present, because the initial question that was asked was about position, state your position, basically, and there was no response to it. But as a subtext, there was, Egbert Martina claimed, I will not do the intellectual work for you. So, you know, Lucy and I have been speaking about this, because then at the end of the stage, there's, you know, 3 black and Irish persons sitting here on stage, white Irish person on stage, basically doing the intellectual work for you. And that's not the whole game. You should do the intellectual work. We are not here to undo whiteness for white people. They can do it themselves. And this is not like a white-black thing, but it's just not our job to do that. Secondly, with regards to position, again, I would like to reiterate what David said. It's all about position, right? If you don't want to give it up, I really need to reiterate this, because I really think it's important. If you don't want to give up certain privileges or certain, you know, things that you've acquired over the years, just say so. But then at least we know where we stand, and then we can decide whether or not we shall work together or not, or if our ways have to part. It was just today someone asked me to be part of their exhibition, and the only thing I want to know before I even say yes is, what is your position? What is it that you're actually doing, before I even get engaged with you? Because it might as well be that what you're doing is trying to undo what I am doing, and then why are we even talking, right? I could spend my time differently. And then the third thing, oh, by the way, if you don't know who I am, sorry about that. My name is Charles Landvreugd. I'm an artist, writer, curator. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the Royal College of Art, doing work on agency within the Dutch art environment, specifically agency that is produced through the black body. So that's what I do and what my name is. The third thing I would like to speak about is the performance that was given by Patricia Kaasenhout and her lovely son Abdi just now, painting the white wall black. And I would like to speak to you about the experience I had while this was happening. I was sitting in the back, and a few things happened, and I'll be very, very honest about this. First of all, I got a headache from the paint. So first I thought it was amusing, right? I was like, okay, go for it. And then it gave me a headache. And then I became nauseated because of the smell, right? And then I was like, okay, it's cool and I know what you're doing, but you kind of need to stop. Because, you know, I'm physically becoming unwell. And why am I telling you this? Because I think this is kind of the steps that the institutes are going through. Like, yeah, we'll be hospitable, we'll invite you in, and then once you start doing your thing, well, you know, it's not quite, you know. And then at a certain point, it's like, I'm getting unwell, you really need to stop. Right, and then someone needs to walk out. Either the person doing the performance needs to walk out, or I need to walk out, right? And what complicated this for me, because I'm thinking from my own position, is what does it mean for me as a black artist, curator, thinker, to become nauseated by the fact that the white cube is being painted black? Now, think about that. I, as a black artist, writer, curator, get nauseated. Okay, it's by the paint, but let's skip that detail. By the fact that the white space is being painted black, right? So it is for me to answer that question from my position. It is the Institute's job to answer that question from their position. Because also, we talked about allies, we talked about, you know, all of that going on, but are we sure that all the black and other non-black people of color are with us on painting the white cube black? You know, I want to put this forward because I'm not talking to, I'm talking to my black folks, so to speak, right? Do we really want this? What is the consequence of this, right? What will be the ultimate consequence of this? This is something that we have to think about as black activist thinkers, writers, curators, and for the non-black artists, thinkers, writers, curators, they need to think, do we want that? And then once we've decided all together, then we can start the talk, the real talk. So thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
I thought it was interesting that you referred to a spiritual concept, so I'm going to refer to another spiritual concept from Buddhism. And there's a book by Pema Chodron called When Things Fall Apart, which is a good title. And I think the opening line is, you know, all our lives we're told that, you know, if something hurts or, you know, we feel uncomfortable or whatever, we should like run away from it, you know, take painkillers, get out of the situation, you know, follow your instincts. And she said, if you want to wake up, if you actually want to wake up, what you have to do is you have to move towards the discomfort. Whenever there's discomfort, get closer and closer and closer and keep going. Because actually it's in this discomfort is also where the unknowing lies, you know. And I think in this process of, let's say, decolonizing the art landscape, let's put it that way, I think, I mean, there are various levels of discomfort. And I have also seen some of the process that's happened here within Witte de Wit about levels of comfort and discomfort. And to do with all of each of our individual positionalities, as well as individuals within the institution, because every institution is made up of individuals. And I think that, why am I saying this? I think within the Netherlands, and this is my personal opinion, I said earlier when I gave my introduction that the process of decolonization is existential. And I say that to point out how deep it is. And I think there are many people in the Dutch art landscape at this moment who feel that they are already doing this work. They are doing this work. They are showing black artists, non-black artists of color, artists who are engaged with critical questions around coloniality, and so on and so forth. But they're doing it in particular ways. And this is something which is, again, I think referred to very well in the letter. You can let me in, I will do these things, but I won't take on board the actual radical consequences, the radical potential of that work. And one of the ways, I mean, also Witte de Wit pointed to the diversity of its own programming. One of the ways you know, there is a very different set of discomfort between dealing with critical work that engages with another geopolitical location, or engaging with critical work and people in your back garden. And so moving away from the diversity model, and I think this question very much foregrounds the question of race in the Netherlands. And this is a bigger question, which, for example, Gloria Wekker has written so eloquently about in White Innocence, and also in her essay for the Cinema Olanda catalogue. We Dutch, we do not race. No, we don't race. And this is endemic to Dutch social, cultural, political, and artistic language. And one thing happens when you bring up these issues also in the Netherlands and other countries is the fear of being seen as, or called, or thought of as a racist. And one of the reasons why Cinema Olanda addresses the national imaginary is that the self-conception of the Netherlands is a self-conception of liberalism, a self-conception of tolerance, and having moved beyond these questions. But actually this self-conception blocks difficult conversations from happening. And I think, you know, within the artistic world, you know, and I said at the beginning, you know, for me art was a place which was different, you know, it was a liberal environment and so on. And we are in the art world very convinced of our own open-mindedness, our criticality, and so on and so forth. And it's why I also mentioned my research, because I think art is saturated in its histories and at every level within discourses, and I don't feel we have an individual choice, actually, to just set aside our racism, to set aside the racism of art and the cultural language. So we have within the cultural field right now good intentions and people who are not doing cosmetic job, but are really trying with all their best efforts to make change. But this, I think, is a very important point you made to do with realizing where you're at, a very difficult question to yourself of whether you're willing to acknowledge how deep your consciousness goes of your own positionality, because good intentions are really not enough in this process of decolonization. And even all of us keep to needing to move forward, every single one of us. It's like an onion, and another layer, and another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. So I want to differentiate within the Dutch art landscape also between institutions who are doing this work, who think they're doing this work. Maybe they're doing it by putting on shows about migration. That's quite popular. They're doing it by, you know, programming some black artists from other countries in their cultural program, and so on and so forth. So the work to be done is at many levels, and I'm interested to open up to the panel members also your experience and your views of the work that is being done in relation to the work to be done.
May I comment on that? There's who said it about, you know, not every kind of blackness has the same attractiveness. Patricia knows this, but also within the Dutch art world, not every kind of non-whiteness has the same, you know, allure, so to speak. And let's say local blackness, is the least alluring one of all the non-white, you know, spectrums. So institutes may be doing, how do you say it, diversity work, or, you know, pushing their agenda forward, but it's just not happening with, as you said, the people in their backyard, because once we address, let's say, our real backyard, we also have to address the fact that we don't do race. And, you know, race is something that happens somewhere else. You know, discrimination is something that happens somewhere else. So, Dutch blackness, so to speak, within the arts, right? I'm not saying that we're doing bad or something, but I'm just saying that it's not as sexy as, let's say, you know, I don't want to do a, you know, but scaling option, but you know what I'm talking about. So I just wanted to have that put forward.
I'm sure I've got a few things to say, but I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say. I don't want to kind of take over from the chair, but I genuinely, just in case there are burning questions, because if there are no burning questions, I can speak for quite a long time. But there are.
No, I'm good. Are you good, Amanda?
All right. Thank you, Lucy, for opening up the. I'm here. For opening up the discussion. Thank you. As I was listening to what you just said, Lucy, I had the feeling there is an assumed homogeneity in the way you speak about we and the art world and the people that put on shows about decolonization and migration. I think we have to, it is very, very urgent and critical and very, very important to distinguish right here what we are talking about when we are talking about an art world and this assumed homogeneity of the we or you or who we are talking about really, because when you are doing decolonization, it comes from a very different positionality as where I am doing it. So I think, I was a bit bothered by the assumed homogeneity and how we are talking about these issues, and I just wanted to put that out. Thank you.
I just wondered if you yourself wanted to be, I know there's another couple of questions, but I just wondered if you yourself wanted to help to move forward with that specificity. I mean, in terms of your own position, in terms of this question, do you want to share that?
Is the mic working? Yeah. So I feel like as a person of color, as someone who is perceived as non-autochthonous here in the Netherlands, and as someone who is active in the art world and working and putting on shows and organizing, I think it's, to me, the sort of assumed homogeneity that you're talking about is very unfair because I am dealing with those structures. I am trying to break through them while working in these institutions, while doing the emotional work. So that's why it's really problematic to me when we are talking about the art world or everyone who's doing decolonization, because it started out with a grassroots movement, and now the institutes are picking it up, and this assumed we, therefore, is super problematic. And I mean, I have the experience of doing these shows and working in white art institutions while having numerous issues, numerous problems in the whole process, and doing all of the emotional work by myself and in our community of color with people who are not engaged in the arts, but who are available to me to support me emotionally while going through these processes, such as Amanda. And even here in Witte de Wit, there have been numerous problems. I mean, like, for example, the whole communication department, there is a lot of assumption in there too. For example, I delivered my biography and I said, okay, recent curatorial projects are this and this and this. And it went to print. Katayan Aryan was affiliated with these projects. I mean, no. I mean, there is a lot of assumption in there, and I think these are really small things that need to be challenged in institutions, because I suffer from these assumptions. So therefore, I'm really hesitant to the assumed we that you're talking about.
So I don't want to be, I'm not sure exactly of which assumed we you're talking about, except if I say you mean we in the art world. Is that what the assumed we? Or
by claiming that we, as in we, are doing projects here in the Netherlands about decolonization, and we have to think about our positionalities. I mean, I'm reminded of my positionalities 24/7. So I'm not sure, like, I think when you're talking about the art world, you have to be very specific about who you're talking about. Are you talking about white people? Are you talking about white institutions? Or because there's more people active in the art world?
In fact, I wanted in my introduction, and I've also forgotten to do it, to sketch out a little bit a landscape of where and who are dealing with these issues in the art world, because there are multiple spaces, some specifically dedicated to these issues over a long period, and also spaces which are willing to engage with these questions at much deeper levels with others than others. And I would say even in the reception of Wendelien's work, you can landscape out, you know, particular institutions that are engaged with these questions. You're completely right to point to the fact that I talk about the art world as if it's a homogenous. I am really aware, and it's not returning in my language, of the heterogeneity of the Dutch art and cultural landscape. And I also, this reminds me to say something else, because everybody has gone through a journey. I positioned some moments in my journey, but you see, for example, now I work as a freelance curator doing the Biennale project. It's a position that I decided to take almost 2 years ago. But everybody in the everybody has inhabited many different positions, and I say that because sometimes I also feel in the discourse there's like a word, the institution, and it looks like those who are inside and those who are outside. But I would also say that those who appear to be inside have also inhabited many other positions and have also other experiences. For example, I am now curating the show at the Biennale. At another moment, I'm, you know, co-running a gallery, you know, in a squat, you know, with activists, whatever. Not all of the positions that one goes through are available as immediate reference points. But I just want to complicate things by saying that, because it seems, as you say it, as if the positionalities are static, and I really think they're not. Yeah, sure.
Don't think the mic's on. When I hear that this going on, I am quite sure that Katayun was saying something else, because you were pointing out that you, as a person, a non-white person, is working in this art field that is therefore already diverse, right? And indeed, I also hear what you're saying is as if there are some good white institutions and some less good white institutions. I also find that, well, I must say, I interpret it a little bit like that. And then I felt it was a bit, like, I hear you saying, in that whole field, there are people of color trying and doing their work already, and you cannot talk about it as the field in which some people are working better than other people in a particular way. This is what I hear.
I wasn't saying that some people, what I was trying to sketch out.
Then you take over again, because I just think that there is a misunderstanding going on.
I just want to clarify something there, which you have, which I maybe did not communicate well enough. When I refer to these different institutions doing work, it's not about some people doing work well or badly. That's not what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is that the issues that we're talking about can be taken on board at many different levels simultaneously, so that institutions who feel they're doing this work may be doing very different work under the same number of this work. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I don't think that what I was saying was mutually exclusive to what you were saying. I was just trying to point out that we have to be very clear when you say the art world, who you are talking about, because you cannot say that simply everyone who is dealing with decolonization in the Netherlands needs to check their positionality as much as the other, because there are people who are affected by these structures and who have, because of their positionality, been thinking about these issues for years. And so therefore, for me, it's very problematic to say, oh, so we are all doing decolonization and everybody needs to check their positionality. No, white institutions need to check their positionality.
I've been silenced. Oh, okay, I'm back. Yeah, I completely agree with what Katayun is saying. Let's not forget, you know, what W.E.B. Du Bois said about the veil and double consciousness. I think this is very important. And so I fully support what Katayun is saying because of these biases. Maybe the people who are doing these things aren't even aware of that they're doing. And I'm going to refer back to an essay by two great women. One of them is Filomena Esset, the other one is Sandra Trinkens, about, let me find out what the name is. Who Wants to Feel White? Race, Dutch Culture, and Contested Identities. And in there they talk about how, art with the capital A is white, Dutch, European. And, all these mechanisms that happen that keep it so, Also, they explain the word allochtoon, meaning not quite Dutch, to show that there's another position, autochtoon, the real Dutch. And all of this is happening, and all these things are happening that make, someone read Katayun's perfectly constructed bio and make something else out of it. And I know Katayun, she is an amazing writer, by the way. But this is what Black and non-Black people of color have to deal with every day. This is not something new. Whatever institution, you deal with these things in a different way, and it always pops up. And we have to deal with this. When coming back to this question, what does it mean when you invite people? This is what we have to start talking about, these things. And also, decolonization to me is also peeling the onion. Every time a layer of the onion, confronting the biases that happen again and again, and it's marginalizing people more and more, because the reason in this essay they talk about art with a capital A is because what is happening to minoritized people, their art is labeled in a different way, community art project or dealing with diversity, blah, blah, blah. So art with a capital A is labeled in a certain way, and other people are labeled, doing art are labeled in another way. And this is something that's also a part of the process that we're talking about. And this is something that has to be dealt with, because this essay is from 2008. And we are now 2017, and it's still playing out.
Just wondered if there were more questions, yes.
Testing. I'm sorry, I don't actually have a question, but I just have two statements to make. Hi, can you see me? I don't have a question, but I just have two statements to make. First of all, Daphne and I, we had a conversation about this later yesterday. And I just want to say that when we talk about decolonization and decolonizing this institution, it's not just about decolonizing on the job, that you're actually decolonizing when you're catching the train, going to the supermarket, going shopping. You also, it's a work of decolonization. It's also outside the institution itself as well. Secondly, I also want to extend this idea of diversity, maybe perhaps in another angle, and maybe to actually think about, not necessarily about, the ethnic quota or the cultural quota of artists and, of artists or whatever, but to actually think about who your audience is. Who is your audience? Because that should determine your curatorial practice. Thank you.
In reference to, no, I just wanted to share a personal awareness moment concerning art. Some decades ago, the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam decided to have an exposition of Surinamese artists, painters, beeldende kunstenaars, sculptors, and I went to the exhibition. I went through all emotions possible. I cried, I laughed, I became warm, I became cold. I felt sad, I felt happy, I laughed. Because of the recognition, definitely about the colorfulness, definitely about the recognizable materials, the wood in which I grew up, definitely about the technical perfection in which they were executed. And I went wandering in the Stedelijk Museum to the permanent exhibition sites. And I wound up in a room, a small room, with a small painting inside. And I just wanted to turn away, and I looked around and I said, I know this. This is the famous painting of Karel Appel, which costs millions, which I've been reading about my whole life. So I sat down, I looked at it, and I felt nothing. No, I just felt nothing. So all of a sudden it dawned upon me, and I said, so this is supposed to be art? So, well, to make a long story short, I thought, well, who's deciding what is art for who? And there's a whole industry around this small painting and not about the other. So that was a major awareness moment for me, which of course is on display here in this room as well, talking about it. That's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
I don't know if there are any other questions or people waiting to.
Hi. I guess it matters I state this. My name is Samuel. I'm a curator here at Witte de Wit. I've been working here for almost 6 years. And I'd like to respond to not the last, but the previous remark about the tailoring of a curatorial program to your audience. And I have to admit, after 6 years, I have no idea who our audience is, because much like every single artist here is a guest in this institution. We don't have a collection. Every time again, we say, hello, welcome artist, what do you want to do? And then the institute adapts to whatever that artist wants to do. I think the current project is a very good example of that. But very much in the same way, each audience member or each show has an audience that is likewise a guest here. And I am always curious to get to know that guest, but I cannot predict who our guests are going to be. We didn't know who would show up today, and neither do we know who will show up later during the program. Do you?
I don't mind to say something on that, because I do think that there is a big difference in address for certain things and other things. And of course you will have to be aware of that. I mean, that is quite clear. And also it must be quite clear what, you know, who comes usually through the door and like certainly who doesn't. You know, I think that is clear. So it's not like it cannot be a total guess. I mean, for that, it is too similar. Do you know what I mean? That I don't believe that there is such a emptiness or, you know?
I don't think it's an emptiness, but I think it's something we as an institution have to reinvent each time again. How do we talk about this project and what language matches with this project? And then, but I really don't know who is going to read it. I really don't know.
Can just come into that? I think where I'm going with what you're saying is when you say each time we have to reinvent, because I do think that one of the things that we have to take on board is the power of the imaginary, in the sense of whom do you imagine the audience to be, and what kind of audience do you want? What kind of audience are we seeking, or is one seeking? And this is where, again, I come back to this movement that I myself am making. I don't have the answers. I'm on this journey myself in relation to this shift from cultural management, which is managing institutions, getting audiences, meeting the demands of funders and all the rest of that, to cultural politics. And in that move, you move from not just management to politics, you also move from audience to public. And a public is not an audience to be invited or solicited or marketed. A public is someone who feel that they have a stake in an institution because that institution is giving them that kind of address. And I think those are the kinds of things that we're hearing today, which is trying to get a sense of what are those publics out there? How are they constituted? How do we go about understanding where those publics are constituted? Not instead of, but in addition to, alongside the audiences who are already invested, already funding, already coming, who are not to be despised or disdained, but to be seen as not just where we need to be to go further and to understand a kind of politics that is, you step out the door and if you're looking for it, I promise you, you will find it. So this gentleman first.
Daphne, if you don't mind, I just wanted to say, my name is Ehsan Farjatni. I'm originally from Iran, working in Amsterdam as artist and activist. I just wanted to say something about our strategies as artists and activists, and how I'm a bit confused about certain strategies in the paper that I in the open letter that I wrote. One thing that caught my attention was when you said justice is not to be claimed, but work to be done. And that is, I think, what our strategy towards our institutions should be. I don't think any institution is completely perfect in any sense, but it's our strategy and engagements towards the institutions that might change them or not. I don't think we are in, let's say, 69 that as like situation is called to abolish our institutions. I think the institutions that has been developed really has a responsibility, and we can also use them to achieve what we want. So I don't understand this question of like, okay, if you are called to come and decolonize, you say, no, we're not going to do the work for you, you do it yourself. What kind of strategy is that? I don't understand it. You know what I mean? Isn't it our responsibility as the artists to engage with the institutions that are actually on danger of disappearing? That's what we have seen in Amsterdam, right?
And whose problem is that?
Well, I mean, I don't know whose problem it is. I don't want to say is you who are blamed or is you who are blamed.
No, I'm just saying.
It's the problem of our society
I'm
right
just
now.
saying that if the institutes are endangered because they're not changing, why would that be my problem as an artist?
It's both problem. It's our engagement towards our institution, and it's also the structure of institution that is the problem.
No, but this is what I'm saying is, why should this be my problem, and why am I saying that? Because there's a big change that is happening currently. I wish we could have taped the discussions we had beforehand, before sitting here, because all the things we discussed aren't quite coming out. One of the things that is really important that is happening at the moment is that people are just not interested anymore, right? A lot of
Which people? I'm interested, I'm here.
Your interest, yes, of course, but a lot of artists are turning their back. They're like, well, we don't need the institutions, we'll do it ourselves. In Rotterdam alone, if I'm not mistaken, in the past 4 years, well, was it 40 or 50 new arts initiatives just popped up because people are like, we can't be bothered with, you know, Witte de Wit or Tent or Boymans or whatever. They can't be bothered. They'll just do it themselves. So if people are starting to do it themselves and those institutes are endangered, why would that be my problem as an artist? It's the institute that needs to make the step, that needs to make the effort for their own survival at the end of the day.
I'm not convinced that they would do it automatically.
Well, I
think there should be a series of demands that are very clear.
No, the question is not whether or not there should be demands. The question is whether or not I, as an artist, why would I bother demanding anything of them? Why? If I can do it myself, I'll start a space around the corner, 22 square meters, and do something with my friends.
Believe me, I tried to start with institutions myself. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to sustain it.
I totally get your question. It's a question about position, as what Katayun was saying earlier. You know, up until several years ago, it was the aim of every artist to make sure that you get your work into the Stedelijk Museum. people aren't bothered anymore. They're like, yeah, whatever with stedelijk, you know, this is what I'm saying. So something has changed. Positions have changed.
Yes, I agree that each institution is also, you know, it has its own position, and it requires different strategies towards dealing with the stedelijk and Witte de Wit and Rijksmuseum. You know, you can't have one strategy how to deal with these institutions.
But Essan, exactly.
But why should an artist seek approval from an institution?
It's not about approval. It's about what do we want from our institutions. And
that's the whole point. A lot of artists don't want anything anymore from the institutions. They're like, whatever. You see, here's where the conundrum lies. If you see what I'm saying.
Exactly, and also, actually, I will be quite happy if the institutions, because we have to realize, why are the institutions here? What purpose were they created for? How were they designed? Let's not forget that it's for the imperialist, capitalist, cis-normative, heteronormative, ableist, white supremacist patriarchy.
I do agree with you, but I see our institution also as a big society.
Let me finish. I'm not finished. It's for this purpose that they are designed. And for when good people come into the institution is by design in a certain way that it keeps, I mean, let's not forget that there is a neoliberal revolution happening as we speak. And this also makes that the institution is in a certain way that they cannot change. They change more and more towards oppression. And there is a resistance happening against this outside of the institution, kicking at the institution, so that there is a balance. But do we want this balance? Or should we say we are going out of the institution and we are waking up the people outside of the institution, so it will be burned down one day, and we will have our own things happening.
Believe me,
I'm not finished.
Yeah.
This is what is happening, and that's why I'm afraid of this word diversity, because it used to be radical. It used to be so radical, diversity. But now it's, in the words of Angela Davis, diversity seems to have colonized everything else, because all we talk about now is diversity, and sometimes it means integrate different looking people into a process that remains the same. Sometimes it means difference that is not allowed to do its work, a difference without making a difference. This is why diversity is so quickly taken up as a corporate strategy. Don't reorganize the exploitative character of capitalism. Just make sure more black people, more women, etc., can actually profit from that exploitation. We have to recognize that it's not about diversity, it's about justice. And she was saying this as at a conference talking about Audre Lorde. So let's keep in mind it should be about justice. It's not about the institution, it's about justice.
May I quickly.
Sorry, I'm kind of occupying the seat of de facto chair, but I just want to say a few things, and I know that there's a question, gentleman over there, and I know that our chair wants to say something, but I just wanted to say one thing that's obviously a very useful and legitimate perspective to take, but for me, I think one of the things I want to point towards is the importance of giving this full account of the past and the conditions of power which have established the past, but don't let us allow the past to determine the future, because that is giving up on politics. And I do think that politics is about saying, yes, this truly is what's happened, and these are the conditions in which institutions have been founded, but that does not determine what is to come, because what is to come must always allow for possibilities of our own power, our own agency, to make those demands on the institutions. And some of those demands might mean people founding works elsewhere, but the pressure can still be put on the institutions to make those changes, because the institutions have a public mission. That's one thing, as long as they keep taking public money. And in terms of, just in terms of the point about the work, not doing the work for the institution for them, I do agree with that, in the sense that we may need to put the question to the institution, but it is not our job to find the answer, because it's hard enough to work out the question. So I think that's the partnership. I think it's a fair deal to say, I'll help, and we and our friends and allies and all of us in these rooms who are ready to work out the complexity of the question, that's work in itself. Now let's be a true partnership, you do your part, and help us work through the answers.
I want to, sorry, I just want to return to the notion of hospitality and the notion of diversity, because one question is, if the model of diversity is the model which is going around as the possibility for moving forward, and many people, myself absolutely included, finds that model absolutely not useful to the discussion, but how do you make the break? How do you move from the hospitality model, being hospitable to diversity, to something else? And I want to refer back to the letter, and I say, for me, this is one of the most interesting and important aspects of the letter, because it refuses hospitality, and it does so in a different way than setting up another space. It does so in a different way, because many people have looked for other solutions, and this is the heterogeneity of approaches, also positionalities. People have taken many different actions, but it is rare in the Dutch art landscape, as I know it, to refuse the hospitality and to do so publicly. And I understand the absence of the panel members today to be an extension of that refusal of hospitality, which I fully respect, because to make the point that the hospitality model, which is a diversity model, is not enough. There has to be a break. And for me, this letter also represents that break, and the need for that break within the thinking of the cultural landscape. And I'm personally very, I think this is brilliant. Okay, sorry.
Not necessarily a question, but I wanted to refer to Charles' question of what would be lost if the institution gets burned down. Well, the first thing I would think of is my ex-partner who said, oh my God, then the only thing left is Boymans van Beuningen, and now I will never get in there. That's the first answer. The second answer, I would see institutions as accumulated power, which enables communication. And in a monoculture, or in a society that has evolved as a monoculture or as a very hierarchical dominant culture, it is quite logical that whatever institution arises is bearing the mark and history of this exclusion and dominance. At the same time, the question is, who is seeing that's becoming a problem, and who is extending a hand and saying, okay, let's try and work on it and starting to move, and what do we do in that moment with all the limitations that whoever is there, because it's people who are running it, it's people who are maybe not even, at whatever stage they are, so it may be not ideal, but it is what there is. So if we think about neoliberalism and the atomization of society into little boxes and little consumerist islands that are kept being harmless and that are kept separate and not coming together, I wonder very much if we shouldn't be a bit more prudent about the institutions that we have, is at least the ones who can make this U-turn, preserve the outer form, and start to have new conversations happening and get this transformation going.
Thank you. I wanted to respond to what Lucy just said about it being rare, to refuse, a refusal being rare. I wanted to respond to that because I think there's layers of refusal.
The public refusal of this kind, yeah.
Yeah, it is rare, but I also wanted to respond to it because I think it's urgent to respond to it, because I think there is a lot of refusal happening which is not seen, which is not visible to the eye, such as this letter. And I also want to complicate this notion of appreciation of a refusal because there is, you also have to look at the positionalities of different people. I can be in refusal while I am here, while I'm doing a project at Witte de Wit. So I think we also need to complicate the idea of what is refusal in that way. So yeah, and I also wanted to also touch upon, we are talking about diversity again, and yeah, I was wondering why we are coming back to diversity, the model of diversity, but since we have come back to it, I also wanted to mention that diversity is also increasingly becoming something like, I feel like that it is a neoliberal project which brings in the so-called global other from whatever, from China, from Brazil, from India, into our white institutions, and then present these people as tokenized others, as so-called diversity, which I think Charles also mentioned. And I think we need to come back to the discussion of decolonization, because decolonization actively rejects these forms of diversity as well. So that's just...
Maybe one more question. I think we're going to wrap up.
Lucy, you talked about, you've used these kind of words like discomfort and difficulty and implication and complexity. And I wonder where, I mean, and in response to this open letter, I don't know, to me as a white artist, it feels like actually it's incredibly simple what they're asking us as you as a white curator, me as a white artist, is to start talking about being white. So it no longer, it's a sort of a new type of diversity, which is it's no longer, you no longer have to talk about the other and the sort of underprivileged. You have to start, and we have to start talking about white privilege. So we can no longer, you know, talk about that just has to start happening. And so it's simple. And how do you start that conversation?
I mean, I agree with you, and that's a bit... I've given some cultural diversity seminars in the art world in the Netherlands, and I accepted them and then focused on whiteness as the subject of those cultural diversity seminars. And this has been like 10 years ago already. I utterly agree with you. And I want to say something here about whiteness, because I think privilege and white privilege, also power positions that are held. It's when I talk about positionalities, it's actually about acknowledging the agency in each positionality, whichever positionality. That includes positions of power, that includes positions of privilege. And if we go back to the question of shame, it's not about being ashamed of privilege. It's actually about seeing the agency that lies in your privilege and embracing the power that you have, also partly because of that privilege, and use that to create change. And I have, earlier in my introduction, talked through some of my own thinking processes. Part of my thinking process has been around my own whiteness, has been around the agency that comes with my own whiteness, with my own privilege. I think earlier today, Wendelien also implicated herself in terms of her whiteness and the position that that gave her. And I think in the work that we have been doing also with Cinema Olanda, it's also about acknowledging and working with the implicatedness of that, and also the possibilities of that, and navigating also strategically with the consciousness of what that can mean and what that can do, actually. Yeah.
I know there are further comments. I'm going to just come back, if I may, and then Patricia, maybe I know other people want to speak, but I just want to nuance something and perhaps just put some difference between our positions here, in that I really want to warn against a misrecognition of the questions about whiteness as being all about speech acts. It's not just about talking about your whiteness, and it's not just about talking about one's privilege. That is a starting point. It is a starting point. I think you're going somewhere towards this, but it is a starting point to begin to ask the question, which I return to, of once you recognize your privilege, how much of that privilege do you understand you need to give up or relinquish in order to start a political encounter? Because if you're not prepared to give up that privilege and you only want to talk about your whiteness, that in itself then becomes a masking strategy. Okay? So you want to have to be really careful about it. It's got to be about a question of moving towards something else, a possibility that we try to imagine together, and that moving towards something else means moving away from where we already are. That's the challenge. Okay, thanks.
I want to come to a difficult question for myself right now in my practice, and this is moving towards acknowledging the relationship between your whiteness and also your taste and your choices in relation to art. This is something I've thought about earlier through Bourdieu, but I think it's becoming, for me personally, increasingly a question of what does this mean for my aesthetic choices? Not a theme, not just a self-reflection on identity and so on, but what does it mean for aesthetic choices? If there is, and Charles referred to earlier, a black perspective he referred to, he talks about Afro aesthetics. There are many aesthetic choices that come out of this. And when we talk about, institutions, we're talking also about what looks like taste, what looks like quality judgments, but that relate to positionalities, cultural and on every level, positionalities. And if we're talking about giving up something and what to give up, we also, and I personally, I'm looking at that question of what do I give up in terms of my sureness of my aesthetic choices in relation to my acknowledgement of how my positionality informs my aesthetic expertise, choices, and so on. As a curator, what do I not know by having a particular other, including what you refer to as a black perspective? What do I not see? What do I not choose? And so on and so forth, regardless of being conscious of these issues on other levels. How deep am I letting this go within my own aesthetic looking and my own practice at every level? Yeah.
I just want to. Oh yeah, sorry.
I kept my mouth shut. No, I just I have a question for the two curators, because I did my utmost best for many, many years to imagine an artist of color representing Holland in the Venice Biennial. And it's a very hard thing to imagine. So I am curious, can you imagine that, because if you have an artist of color represent Holland, you get like so many things you do not have to address, purely because the person is representing Holland, it says everything, So I was just curious if you ever had, if you can imagine that.
We had artists of color representing the Netherlands. Stanley Brown was one of them. However, I think that the question is slightly different, if please allow me. The artists of color that have represented the Netherlands in the Venice Biennial have done so on the terms of the then prevailing sort of modernity, so to speak. So what we have not have is an artist representing an artist of color representing the Netherlands, where their color, so to speak, is vanzelfsprekend. self-evident, right? So where we have not had, so I would say that what Wendelien and Lucy have been doing now is the first time that this issue of, as far as my knowledge goes, is the first time that this issue of race or color has been explicitly addressed. Now, what I think the question, what the kind of question that I would like to see answered is, could we have an artist like yourself or Quincy Gario, you know, or Remy Jungerman be presented at the Venice Biennial in all their fabulous blackness, and that being presented as Dutch?
That was
Right?
the question. That was exactly the question I wanted to ask. This was what I meant.
The only thing I'm saying is, honey, we're getting there. Because what needs to happen first, is that we in the Netherlands, when we speak diversity, I've said this before, when whiteness starts understanding itself as one of the diverse within this context, right? And when whiteness in general understands itself as one of the options, right, then we can see all the other options as also being Dutch, right? Because that's the work we're trying to do here. So this is the only way I can imagine it. And if the Netherlands would in 2 years decide to take one of these artists and send them to the biennial, we have to question their motives really, like, because it would be, I mean, like, what happened in 2 years' time? It can be done, but, you know, so.
I'd like to comment on that because I would like to point out, you know, Roos van der Lint wrote a piece in the Groene Amsterdammer lately reflecting on the critical reception of Cinema Olanda. And one of the things which he mentioned as a possibility, which I think is a strong possibility, happens a lot, is because Wendelien van Oldenborgh in this case deals with particular issues, the work is immediately disqualified as art. Immediately disqualified as art. And I approached Wendelien and proposed that we work on this project together with the knowledge of how the art world in the Netherlands right now also consider Wendelien's work, and how the field right now, you know, sits in relation to art that takes any issues on board. There's a particular review of the Documenta in a Dutch major newspaper 2 days ago called "Art is Sinking," because Documenta artists were engaging with issues. We're in a climate, and you can, in my experience, you can almost draw maps, you know, map out spaces, individuals, journalists, and so on, you know, where this work will be disqualified as art because it engages with these issues. And this is a white Dutch artist working with these issues at a time in which these discourses have become far more centralized in public discourse. I think that's where we're at. It's not the place I would like to be, but it's also the work that I've been willing to do. And you referred earlier to Kateun's bio or to PR. The act of engaging with how the press, how funding bodies, how institutions, how almost everybody has reworded, rephrased, paraphrased, returned the concepts behind Cinema Olanda and what engages with at every single turn. It has been translated to be reduced to the framings that we know, to the issues that we know, to iron out the complexity, to return to the given turns, to take out racial references, to depoliticize, to neutralize, to reduce complexity, and so on. It has been for me a year of invisible work of undoing this reduction at every turn, again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And doing this project has also made me realize the places, the starting points to begin to raise consciousness on some of the issues we're dealing with. I overestimated where we might have to start. And it's been a learning curve again in terms of the work to be done for me personally.
Yeah, I want to come back to the person who stood up talking about whiteness and say that, oh, she left, okay. But anyway, it's not just about whiteness. To reiterate, the question was, what does it mean for you as a white institution that bears the name of the colonizer to invite black people and non-black people of color to organize events within your walls? And I would like to elaborate that with descendants of enslaved Africans, descendants of indentured laborers, and so on and so on, to organize events within your walls. So yeah, whiteness is a part of it, but it's a broader question that needs to be addressed, not just whiteness or, you know, what we talked about before. That's a part of it, but please, you know, it's a perfect question that needs to be engaged with and answered, not just a part of it.
I'd like to wrap up by asking each of the panel members and also myself just for a question that you feel like you're left with after this discussion, a thinking point that you feel you take with you to think forward after this exchange. Juanita is burning to say something.
I'm very happy to be part of this discussion today. Really, it does a lot to me. It's like a present I got in my life for being a participant or attending such a discussion today here, because I, for many years, engaged in the political cultural discussions and discourse here, and these are also discussions coming and going and coming and going, because I'm remembering the staatssecretaris who really started to make a whole discussion, Rick van der Ploeg, and really it was a revolution in the art world. Everybody was engaged in diversity and policy and transformation and representing all kind of history and national or say ethnical groups and artists and so on. And then slowly it becomes silent and everything was gone again. And I think we are now at a good moment that the letter writers, they start, maybe not really pleasant for everybody, but it is a historical change that they make this letter and that it brings us together here to discuss this issue, which is very, very fundamental. And many of you have said many important things already. So I just want to say few things yet. I hope that this movement, what has started now again, that we won't leave it, that it becomes silent and fade away again. I hope that really we have to keep as a starting point again and then take into attention two things, because the whole discussion about art and the fundament, it is art doesn't have anything to do with politics. That's the notion. You know, it's value free and we are all liberals and we are free from politics and engagement, because in fact the Suriname artists brought in the Stedelijk, all their work was qualified on the point that they have too much engagement, and in fact the engagement was historical by colonization and the coup and this kind, and they put it away because it was not really art. So I think we need to be very conscious about the discussion that everything of art and art institution is politics, and the liberal politic which we are entangled in to operate in. So that's one important point of departure in the discussion. And the second I want to point is that the letter writers, they put the letter and they put a choice to the institution of De Witt and so on. And I think they are waiting for a good answer, because I don't think that they will not engage in the discussion, because I think it's now a gesture from your side to bring them back in the discussion, because I want to point out that this discussion, I follow it for 40 years already in the Netherlands, and then in fact the white say art institution members were very happy to go in debate and discussion with the blacks, yes? As we see some of you today. And then it became too confrontational and they stopped the whole game because they don't like it anymore. It comes too much to the body, you know, to the physic and the heart, and then they stop this kind of discussion with each other. And now we have to try to make a nice cooperation and bring them back on board and really level by level, not take the highest thing, because in fact you have to build it up, to be on a lower level and bring it on a higher and higher and higher. And not everything is realized in maybe one day, you know, but we have time enough with each other to go into the journey and keep on board with each other. Okay?
Close on that, or would you like to finish? Would you have? You want to finish with your question? No. Okay.
No, there's no question. I just again wanted to address something that has been said now on the panel. I just again want to complicate what we are talking about when we're addressing editing down of a biography and editing down a text about race or color or whatever not. The reason for that is very simple. I think people of color in the Netherlands or elsewhere in the world living in dominant white societies are always made feel that they are less, that they have less agency, etc., etc. And therefore your comment, in addition to like the issue of editing down a biography and from a position of relative power being edited down, I think that's also problematic. I just wanted to address that. Thank you.
Is this microphone on? Yeah, I think we're invited to make some final questions. Yeah, so I think this will be my last comments, and I'll try and end with a question, as I was invited to. Just those comments, Juanita kind of reminded me of my watching the film. I think it's The Reader, I think is the title of the film. Doesn't matter if people don't know it, but there's one part, there's a refrain in it, which I think is quite pertinent to the way we're talking now. And that refrain goes, I'm doctoring it a bit because my memory isn't perfect. Sometimes it doesn't matter so much what you think. Sometimes it doesn't matter so much what you say. But it always matters what you do. My question is, what are we going to do now?
I can't top that.
Heel Dr. Diboza. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done. Drop mic down.
I can answer to you, and I won't. I
feel extremely privileged to be here with you, and I'm so happy we took this risk to make this indecent proposal to Wendelien, because we were waiting to work with her again, and I'm so happy that proposal was made, and we trusted her that the choices that were made have been made by her and by Lucy. And to be in this position, just to say what I feel as the director of Witte here, not as the guest of this country who's leaving in about 5 months. To feel Patricia's painting in the back, and obviously as the director I knew she was going to do that. And I'm like, okay, great. Again, painting the walls black. That's what was my jerk reaction, because that's when we made a aesthetic risk choice last 2 years ago with how do you say Yam in African collective. The walls were painted black. That was my jerk reaction. But not knowing what she is writing behind me was so discomforting. Like, what is being written without me knowing? And why are you privileged there on stage to see what she's writing, but none of us are actually seeing what she's writing? Oh, terrible. What's going on? Is she calling us racist again? I don't know. Like, those are like, that's what's... On the other side, to see you here, really, with all your fires and nuancing in your own positions, and to be sandwiched in between in the most wonderful way, because we lit up a fire, and that's what I said also yesterday in my speech, which you weren't there, and we make a commitment to keep that going, because I also see we haven't communicated enough what we've been doing here, how we've been with every exhibition testing what we're doing, undoing, redoing, and all of that. Like, we haven't done our part in terms of communicating what we've been doing. And there's definitely something there we have to learn. But that said, the commitment is really here, and I really want you to know that it's the best and the biggest risk we've taken. And I'm not sure if we should go down all the way to burning it down, because we are a public institution with public taxpayers' money sustained here for a mandate. But we have to, what that can't be? I don't think that can be a reasoning, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're intervening, because I need your interventions every minute, Wendelien. But we are here, I mean, as far as I understand, this institution is a product of a certain vision for the city that was implemented, right? There was a socialist vision in 1978 that made a paper that said art is only for society. Upon which, you know, other aldermen who came down, there was a reason why these institutions have been created, presentation institutes. So there is a raison d'etre to these institutions that needs constant recalibration. But what's happening today is so revealing, and it's opening us wide to destruction. You want to destroy it, you don't care, you want to see what we're going to do next. But for us to be able to quote again the same Tibetan nun, to realize that we are of value, we should be completely vulnerable and open to destruction. So we really welcome everything that's going to come through Cinema Olanda and after. I just want to say it. And half of it is as director of Witte, a little bit of it is entangled with my personal background, which I'm not going to share because I don't want to tell you what I've done on my life and what I fought for all my life with my activisms. And I lost my country in the last 6 months. So it's really interesting for me to see these different positionalities taking place here. But I want you to all hear us. And what I see, the very, very hard part about this hospitality is not knowing each other. You don't know what I've done. You don't know what Samuel is coming from. You don't know, we're a very small, tiny institute. I don't know what you've done. I don't know your activism, and we owe it to each other to get to know each other better as well. We owe it, because I love the way Patricia is moving in and out and signing the open letter, but also here, but is responding to our call for meeting, but then refusing to be the guide, spiritual guide throughout the process. But she's in and out, and that's really amazing. But I don't want to say anything final and be seen as if I'm yet again suppressing or oppressing the conversation. I want this to, but I think it was also important that you hear where we are as an institution, because it is a very vulnerable place, and it's the best risk we took on. And we have so much to learn from your generation.
The only thing I want to say is that I wrote down a quote on the wall, and it's a quote from Rolf Ellison's book Invisible Man. And what I wrote down on the wall was, white is not a color, but the lack of one. And you can think about the meaning of that. But white is not a color, but the lack of one. And it's a quote from Rolf Ellison's book Invisible Man.
From Rolf Ellison.
يزعف ويكسر دمع روك نار اللي يطفي البين نار برزقي باريم صوتك ندير عليم نار برزقي باريم مداين العالم مداين العالم وين يزهن فيه ونوس راسي روح اللي يمثيل الفنان القيمة